The History of Things podcast is brought to you by HistoryNet, publisher of 9 different historical magazines, including the Civil War Times, American History, and Military History. Visit HistoryNet.com to learn more, or follow them on social media by searching for @history_net. Thanks for listening. We hope you enjoy the show.
Are you ready?
Welcome back, everyone, to the History Things podcast. I'm your host, Pat McGuire, and joining me today is my co-host with the most, author, historian, and park ranger. Guys, you know him, you love him. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matt Borders. Welcome back, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Pat. It's always good to be here, and we've got a great guest and a buddy of ours in today.
We've been building to this one for a while. The guest we have today is a good friend of ours. Met him a few years back, and have slowly built this very awkward and mutually respectable relationship. I know he's gonna I guess he's gonna deny that. He's gonna act like there's no respect. Go ahead.
Oh, is it my turn to talk?
Just you get out of here right away. See, we haven't even brought him officially on the show yet. The sass, it's here. Today we're going to focus on a story of the state of Pennsylvania. We're going to focus on the Pennsylvania Reserves, their experience, mostly from soup to nuts during the American Civil War. As our guest today will tell you, they don't survive as the Reserves to 1865, but nonetheless, like the beat goes on, the story goes on. So we're going to get into that. Ladies and gentlemen, the proprietor of Von Dedeman Company, maker of fine leather goods, a veteran of the United States Army, our very good friend, Eric freaking Mohney. Welcome to the show, buddy. How are you?
Howdy, howdy. I'm doing all right, man. I really like the emphasis on the veteran part of that.
Dude, it's, I'm just swag.
It is what it is.
Totally gives me some credibility, you know?
You have tons of credibility.
I have none otherwise.
Well, we did have you on the show, I guess 2 seasons ago now, when we took a look back at the 20th commemoration since the terror attacks on 9/11. Dude, thank you for coming on and being a part of that. That was a huge episode for us.
Absolutely.
And your perspective was absolutely invaluable. I still talk about it all the time, about the things I learned, and just some of the realities, some of them harsher than you want to even think about. So we look for that same sort of insight today. So you better bring the heavy, dude. Like no pressure, but lots of freaking pressure. You were stellar the first time. You have to live up to that this time.
Well,
you can't disappoint the listeners. Matt, what excites you about talking about Pennsylvania? You're a guy from Michigan. I'm a guy from Maryland. What the hell do we care about, the guys north of the Mason-Dixon line?
Oh, we should care a hell of a lot.
I know
because
we do.
You should. up until the draft was implemented in the Union states, Pennsylvania put more troops into the federal army than any other state.
Put that in your juice box and suck it, Maryland.
You should take that shot at New York. Maryland never claimed to be like, the number one, but like New York's like, I would argue with that.
Well, New York does put more troops in overall, but it's also only after the implementation of the draft that they're able to do that. Pennsylvania, New York, and Ohio are the 3 big contributors, to the Union War effort. And even my great home state of Michigan, we put a lot of guys in, but just population-wise, it's not the same.
It's hard to move around the mitten, especially in the winter time. So
That's very true.
There were probably guys stuck getting down here.
I want to volunteer, but I can't get out of my house.
Invent the shovel, damn
Maybe
it.
next June.
Next June. Yeah.
When the snow falls or thaws in July.
All right.
That's pretty true.
So I sort of focus when I study in the American Civil War in pockets, and I very rarely get into like the state by state thing, like, how Maryland, I know where there's going to be a ton of Maryland, Pennsylvania, Michigan fun today, but I don't focus a ton historically on like Maryland at this moment during the war. What's Maryland doing at this moment during basically at any point in time? I love the state of Maryland, crab cakes and football, baby. It's what Maryland does, but I weirdly focus, I guess, on a broader level historically. So I'm excited because a lot of this is going to be new to me. Just even though a lot of it's going to be Pennsylvania, I'm sure a lot of other state, reserve experiences, militia, they're going to be able to share some of these. So it's going to be a good way for me to start to connect into.
No, they're not.
Really? Pennsylvania just that unique, huh?
Yeah, we are.
God damn it.
Well, and the PA reserves have a lot of well-known units.
It's a very different type of organization.
Right.
It really isn't like a comparable group within the United States Army through the course of the war. I mean, it's as far as I'm aware, it is the only division size element that is from a single state. Period. There's
All right.
only ever Pennsylvanians in it.
You don't have division size elements from New York?
Not that I'm aware of.
all New York all the time. That's a good question.
I've never come across an example of another state that has
That's a
single
brigade.
division size element.
All right. All right. Well, that's exciting. I just turned your volume up a little bit. Can you hear yourself better now?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. I was looking at the line on the thing. I was like, oh, man. I was like, I wonder if we could hear you.
I just to let everybody know, I am like super socially awkward, so things might get a little bit weird from time to time. Just as a little disclaimer.
Well,
There.
you just made it awkward.
Well,
I wasn't
that's
awkward
kind of what I
before.
do,
We
you
were
know?
having a good time. Matt, I thought we were having a swell time here.
And we will continue to have a swell
I mean, I
time.
was getting ready to pour the tea, and there's cookies coming, but now I'm like, do I want to stay here? Like, this is awkward. Can somebody hold my
Yeah, I
hand?
know, right?
Help. Anyway, so I'm very excited to get into this today because it's going to be an opportunity for me to learn as well. And as much as I love talking, I do love learning. And so this is going to be a good one. Eric, you are a native Pennsylvanian. You come from the middle of absolute nowhere, Pennsylvania.
That's an accurate assessment. Yeah.
Tell us what it was like when you realized that you were a Pennsylvanian and you felt like you were superior to 49 other states in the union.
I mean, I've always just kind of known that Pennsylvania was better than everybody else.
You just woke up one day in
It's
St.
in the
Mary's
blood.
County and you were like,
I mean,
you know what?
they don't call us the Keystone State for nothing.
Delaware's like, we were the first state.
But Delaware's kind of the worst state.
Oh, shots fired.
Even worse than Maryland.
It's okay, Delaware. I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for listening to my show.
But yeah, you are absolutely correct. I grew up in the middle of nowhere. My county now, the county I grew up in, has 32,000 residents. But land-wise, it's roughly, what is it, a seventh of the
It's
state
7
of
farms.
New Jersey.
It's 7 farms, and you're all
Right?
related.
It's massive, but there's nobody there.
There's 32,000 people on
Yeah.
7 farms.
There's more.
It's
than
as
seven.
big as part of New Jersey?
It's like a seventh of the state of New Jersey.
Jesus.
It's
Sounds like you could fit Rhode Island in there.
it's a big county.
Rhode Island is like so happy they just got mentioned right now. They're like, thank you so much for remembering
All three of
me."
them.
Well, we know.
That's our
we
buddy
know
Ben. Our
I was
buddy
gonna
Ben is out there.
We know at least 3 people.
Oh, you
in
know?
Rhode Island.
Okay,
Ben
so
is-
you know the entire population then.
Ben is the guy crying right now. Thank you so much for remembering me. Shout out to our buddy Ben, who is the National Patriotic Director at the Sons of Union Veterans of the Civil War.
Great guy.
Make sure you support him and all they're doing there. They're cleaning up headstones and making sure that some of the physical stuff that we can still connect to are still in tip-top shape. So let's get into it, right? So the Pennsylvania Reserves are, like you said, they're a very unique sort of entity during the American Civil War. There's like every story, right? Let's just pick a beginning and start at it. So Eric, we basically just wanted you to tell us a rando story. So tell us, how the Pennsylvania Reserves become to be.
So let's start with the name, because I get a lot of questions about what does this mean? Is this like, are these reserves in like the modern sense? No, they're not. So the official title is the Pennsylvania Reserve Volunteer Corps, and the reason it's called that is because in 1861, after the firing on Fort Sumter, when Lincoln puts out his call for volunteers, Pennsylvania ended up with way more volunteers that wanted to go than the War Department was willing to accept. The War Department only took 25 regiments from Pennsylvania initially. And so Governor Curtin, who was Andrew Curtin, he was the governor of Pennsylvania at the time, he called the legislature back into session. He basically called the emergency session of the legislature to propose that they authorize the raising and funding of essentially a division-sized element of volunteers. And they were going to be in the state service, right? But the term was going to be for 3 years. And he wanted to do that because he, I think, understood pretty early on that 90 days probably wasn't going to be the end of it. And at some point, the War Department was going to come knocking for more people. And if you send everybody home after, 1 or 2 battles, a lot of these guys are going to want to
stay at home.
Yeah.
They've done their bit.
Exactly.
Well,
they're not going to want to volunteer.
Yeah.
So he convinces the legislature to pass an act on May 15th, 1861 to fund a corps of 13 regiments of infantry, 1 of cavalry, and 1 of artillery for the service of the state for 3 years of the war, and then they were to be made available to the federal government if the federal government requested them. That was part of the terms. This becomes an issue towards the end of their term of service because a lot of these guys showed up in mid to late April of 61. They're in for 3 years of the war, but they believe that they're in for 3 years from the time they enlisted in the service of the state of Pennsylvania, and the federal government disagrees with that. They want to go based off of muster-in dates.
Into the federal service.
Exactly.
Hey, we hit reset. Did you not see that? You were at 0.
Yeah, we see a lot of that actually over the course of the war with a lot of different regiments.
Yeah, and we're going to get into one instance that's a little bit different, and I've not come across another example of that, but we'll get to that eventually. So what ends up happening is there are 13 regiments assembled at 4 different camps across Pennsylvania. One of them's in Westchester, one of them is in Easton, PA, one of them's in Harrisburg, and one is out by Pittsburgh. And they basically, they assemble these regiments, and then they stay there. Early June of 61, the War Department comes knocking and says, hey, we're having an issue out around Cumberland, Maryland, and we would like you to send a couple of regiments out to reinforce/relieve Lew Wallace and the 11th Indiana out at Cumberland.
What was going on in Cumberland? What were we doing wrong down there?
Oh, nothing going wrong. It was Confederates coming up through Virginia.
Yeah, there's not really, it's not like on and popping. Right. There's not a bunch of action, but it's enough that the War Department and the government in general is concerned that maybe Confederates could invade Pennsylvania through the Cumberland, Maryland area, which has been done before. Braddock expedition.
Right.
True.
Right.
Yes.
Good reference.
That worked very well for him.
Well, yeah, it sure did. That's what happens when you don't fortify your supply lines.
I mean, it's buried in the road.
So anyways, the 5th Reserves and the 13th Reserves, I think I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, so I'll tell this story real quick, and then we'll kind of work backwards a little bit.
A little like Quentin Tarantino. We'll get there, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, so the 5th and 13th Reserves get sent out to Cumberland, Maryland, along with Battery A of the Artillery Regiment. And they spend about a month in the Cumberland, Maryland area. There's some small, like very minuscule skirmishing going on. There's one engagement around Piedmont, Virginia, involving about 60 guys from the 13th Reserves, but really nothing to speak of. I said I got ahead of myself. We're going to go back a little bit. We're going to break down something else that people get really confused about.
Breakdown.
This whole numbering system.
Oh,
right?
where you mean like you have like the 130th PA?
So the reserves have multiple designations, right? there's their reserve designation, right? 1 through 15.
All right.
Okay. 1 through 13 are infantry regiments. The 13th is kind of a rifle regiment. The 14th is an artillery regiment, and the 15th is a cavalry regiment.
Oh, you love that regiment. That's your favorite regiment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, me and my propensity for
You love
talking
cavalry,
about cavalry.
horsemanship.
Yeah. Yeah, very valuable. So they also have Pennsylvania line designations, right? Every regiment that comes out of Pennsylvania, no matter what their designation or what their function is, rather, infantry, artillery, cavalry, they all have a designation within the Pennsylvania line. And this kind of goes back to like Revolution period, where all of the regiments from Pennsylvania were numbered in the Pennsylvania line, right? But this doesn't really get used outside of, at least for like the reserves and cavalry, it doesn't really get used outside of the Pennsylvania Adjutant General's office. So the reserves are numbered in the Pennsylvania line the 30th through the 44th. But nobody ever uses that. Like,
Why?
I haven't found a reference because it's not what they are going by, period. I've heard people say this, that, you know, at like the Army level, they're using this in official report. No, they're not. I haven't found a single instance of it, period. They are all using the reserve designation. So 1st through 13th, and then, 1st Pennsylvania Light Artillery is the 14th Reserves, 1st Pennsylvania Cavalry is the 15th. The other thing is you have like the 13th Reserves they're a rifle regiment, theoretically. And so they have their Pennsylvania line designation, which is the 42nd. They have their reserve designation, which is the 13th. Then they are also the 1st Pennsylvania Rifles.
Mm-hmm.
And they are also the Canes Rifles of the Pennsylvania Reserve Volunteer Corps.
I feel like that was a hip hop intro. AKA, where they just like the kid, AKA the artillerist, AKA the cavalryman.
But we're not done. There's more. There are also the Bucktails.
You like the
original
Bucktails.
Yeah. Where I grew up, Company G came from the county that I grew up in. So there's a lot of confusion about how that all works. Ignore everything but the reserve designation, or like 1st PA Cavalry and 1st PA Light Artillery.
All right.
Everything else is it's irrelevant.
All right.
But it's out there, just in case you come across it.
Yep.
So where were we? What were we
So
talking
you were
about?
clarifying that they basically stick to their reserve structure. We had peeled back because we were having skirmishes
Yeah.
in the Piedmont, which I was going to ask, is that the same Piedmont like Delaplane area where Jackson's guys get on the train and head to Manassas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Manassas. Why did I just linger on the last S of Manassas? Manassas.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, that was weird.
But yes, it is
Yeah.
the same area.
Yep.
Okay. That's interesting that they were that far south.
Well, it was a scout. They were sent out to, check out the area, see what was going on. There were reports of Confederate cavalry operating around Piedmont. And again, they're concerned about Confederates moving up the valley, or down the valley, rather.
No, you had it right.
Is
Up
it
the valley.
down?
No, it's upside down. So
If you're going north, you're going down,
they're
yeah.
going
Sorry.
down.
I confused myself.
See, it's contagious now. It's you. You're tripping over your words.
It's like the Upper Nile is actually south of the Lower Nile.
Yeah, dude.
It doesn't make any sense.
Why do people do this? It's ridiculous.
It's because of the flow of the river.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, well, sweet.
So anyways, they're worried about
Thanks,
Confederates
Shenandoah.
moving down the valley and into western Pennsylvania, which is one of the reasons that the reserves are kind of formed for state service anyways, is to defend Pennsylvania from invasion. And a lot of people forget, because we have the map that we have now, that at the time, Virginia technically extended north of Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. That sliver.
Yeah, wrap your mind around that. Wheeling, West Virginia used to be Wheeling, Virginia.
That's right.
And that extends almost all the way to Interstate 80, which is pretty well north of Pittsburgh.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
So they have to deal with that. Maryland's loyalties are in question yet at this time.
No, they weren't. We were Union State the whole way.
Yeah, okay. Baltimore.
Baltimore does then and now. Baltimore does not speak for the entirety of the state of Maryland.
Are you sure?
Baltimore today thinks it speaks for the entirety of Maryland. You do not, Inner Harbor. Yeah,
A little aggressive there.
no, he's gonna bring it.
I stopped paying attention about halfway through that. So they organize these regiments, and most of them are being organized by the state. Now, these are volunteers that have come in mid to late April, even through early May. But they haven't been officially organized by the state yet. And so that starts to take place in June. So early June, they are getting these regiments together and officially numbered, designated, and they're starting to equip them. But not a whole lot, because as it turns out, it's kind of hard to get that stuff in June of 1861. Everybody else needs the same uniforms, equipment, and weapons that you do. So what ends up happening is they get this weird mixture of random uniforms. And the first reserves talk about getting issued, what's the date on it? It's June 15th of 61. They get issued this uniform that's white cotton duck trousers. They call it a fancy gray jacket sent from home. They don't describe it any other way. And there's no photos of one existent that I'm aware of.
Sounds like sailor's uniform.
But then they end up getting a standard federal forage cap and overcoat. You have the 5th and 12th reserves that end up with gray Pennsylvania militia uniforms. And you and I were talking about this earlier.
That's right.
Where, back in the 60s and 70s particularly, these photos were being identified as early war Confederates, and they're absolutely not. There's one photo, and if you've seen it, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about, where it's a group of quote-unquote Confederates in a camp in 1861, and they've got their families, and there's a woman at a big wash basin.
Yeah.
Those are the 5th reserves.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. There's a couple of those.
Everybody, it's because their jackets are gray. And they're obviously gray. Everybody's like, these are Confederates.
Right.
They're not. Those are pre-war Pennsylvania militia uniforms.
Dude, if it's 2022, if you haven't figured out that the Addams Family, the original Addams Family set was mauve and hot pink, there's trickery behind a camera lens. Then and now.
Well, it's not even trickery in that point. It's just there's a lot more money in Confederate stuff.
Sure.
So if you can say you've got a Confederate image and put it out there on eBay or whatever, it's going to draw a lot more moolah than another federal image.
So the swampland that we're trying to sell in Florida, we should say it's Confederate swampland?
Oh, sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And likely probably was.
That was a good one, Eric.
Oh, we talked about Alusty.
That's a nasty fight, though.
That's a nasty fight.
Well, there's a connection to the reserves there.
No, we'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll get there. So, all right. So, so we're talking crazy uniforms. We got sailors. We got Confederate-looking Pennsylvania militia uniforms. I think that's indicative of the whole beginnings of the war, North and South. First Manassas, there are 200 something different uniforms that are on the field, I think, that day. New York units in gray, Wisconsin units in gray, as we just said, Pennsylvania units in gray. We have Virginia units in blue. Minnesota. Got those guys coming down here with black pants and red shirts.
Yep.
There's a whole lot of craziness
You got a lot of red.
Very punk rock.
You got some guys from Louisiana area that look like they're wearing pajamas.
Yep.
No, that's a cool uniform. I shouldn't make that joke. But they do. They look like they're wearing pajama pants. Who's that? Wheats Tigers or whatever? Why does everybody...
First Special Battalion, Louisiana.
Why does everybody say his name is Roberdar?
Roberto?
It's Roberto.
Yeah, his first name was Robert.
Have you heard half the people in any Civil War documentary we watch?
Have you heard anybody try to pronounce a foreign-sounding name in the U.S. in the last 30 years?
You just nailed it, middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, Mohney.
I'm kind of the exception to the rule, I think. At least from that area.
Modest Mohney, there he is.
Oh.
He does the research, let's put it that way.
I lived in Europe. Come on.
Oh,
Good point. Good point.
That's right. I lived in Europe.
I did.
Did you get a clock? A German clock?
I
like
did.
that? Did you really?
Yeah.
Those are cool.
Well, I got it as an anniversary gift for my ex-wife.
Did you keep it?
Well, it stayed in my house when she didn't, and now it no longer resides in my house.
Oh, well.
It is wherever waste management took it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's all right. That's all right. It was probably a fine clock. You know how that Germans make the good clocks.
It was okay. It was a nice cuckoo clock.
All right. Well, let's keep it cuckoo clocking here on the show. You know, Matt loves good radio jokes like that. We're cuckoo clocking here at History Things Podcast 101.5 History FM.
Should totally do that.
Dude, one day, if I could pull off something like that, that would be the dream gig. We're just spinning your favorite heavy metal and historical tunes. They both start with H, so I'm playing them both.
So, anyways, the reserves start to organize, and Curtin needs to find somebody who's going to command this. So he initially approaches George McClellan.
Mm-hmm.
George McClellan is offered command of the Pennsylvania Reserves first. However, he had just taken the offer to command all of Ohio's militia.
Right.
So he
5
has to
states
decline.
offer the head of their forces to George McClellan.
And I suspect that if he had been offered the reserves first, he absolutely would have taken that first because he was a Pennsylvanian to begin with.
Right.
Sure.
So they end up offering it to a guy named George McCall.
Mm-hmm.
George Archibald McCall is 59 years old at the time. He is from the West Point class of 1822, along with Joseph Mansfield, David Hunter, and Isaac Trimble.
Ooh.
Interesting spread there.
Yeah, they are all members of the same class. So he ends up...
Give me one West Point class, and I will graduate.
He ends up going to Florida because, we're fighting the Seminole Indians in Florida at the time.
Right.
He ends up making first lieutenant in 1829 and captain in 1846. He does participate in the Mexican War. He is breveted major for his actions at the Battle of Palo Alto. And lieutenant colonel for Resaca de la Palma.
Oh, immediately thereafter.
Yeah.
Nice. The first 2 battles of the war.
He ends up retiring after 31 years of service in 1853 as a colonel. But he ends up coming back into the Army because Curtin offers him command of the reserves. And he doesn't live long after the war. I think he dies in 1868 or 69. He's kind of an older dude.
Right.
So he is the first commander of the reserves, and he ends up staying in command until the end of the Peninsula Campaign. His brigade commanders are also really big names.
Hit me.
George Meade.
Woo! Snapping turtle.
George Meade. John Fulton Reynolds. Also a brigade commander. And Edward Otho Cresap Ord.
Okay, wow.
Which
Edward
a lot of people
C.
don't
Ord.
know.
That
but
is a name.
Ord is Ord figures pretty prominently in the war, especially in the Western theater.
Okay.
Let me go through the real quick.
Ord.
So Ord, I'm not gonna give the background for Meade and Reynolds. If you're listening to this, you probably already know who they are. But it stands a pretty good chance that you don't know who Ord is. Ord was born in 1818 in Cumberland, Maryland. I know, he's a Marylander. He's in the West Point class of 1839 with William T. Sherman.
There you go. That's a good class, buddy.
He had been appointed by Andrew Jackson while Jackson was president, and it was because he was considered to be a mathematical genius.
Wait, the president appointed him to West Point?
That's
he was
impressive.
appointed by President Andrew Jackson.
You mean the dude at admissions at West Point's like, because he speaks with a Cockney accent, obviously. He's like, what gives you the right to be here? And he's like, he just slapped it on the table. He's like, the president, damn it.
Why Cockney?
I don't know. Just
Why not, I guess.
I couldn't think of another way to show smug, indignant, tone with my voice.
Well, it's usually the senators.
With Cockney, though.
Yeah, right, exactly, which is not...
Well, that's why you go, you what? You what?
That's not like the language of smug people.
Right, that's street language.
Have you met people on the street? Some of them are smug.
Well, I suppose.
That's fair.
But That is a big darn deal, though. Not just because of the presidency. It's usually the senators that are sending kids or young men to West Point.
It's a huge deal because it's the president. Be like, well, the president thinks I'm good.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. It's not just some senator, which admissions would be used to seeing. It's the friggin' president.
The president, yeah.
You're already head of the class, so you know.
Well, he doesn't graduate number one in the class.
Oh, man. Is that why Jackson lost the president? I'm just kidding. That's not
I don't think that's
None of those things happen. No. Moving on. Sweet.
He ends up being commissioned as a second lieutenant in the 3rd Artillery, and he goes down to Florida, like so many people do in the pre-war Army, to fight the Seminoles. In 1847, he is sent to California along with Henry Halleck and William Sherman. Excuse me.
You drinking the soda?
The Halleck con,
Yeah.
He's like, God damn, Henry Halleck.
Gag on Henry Halleck there, you know.
You would gag on Henry Halleck.
So he's sent to California to the area around.
I just made Matt cringe so hard. Look at his face.
He's gonna hurt you. So he ends up getting sent to California with Henry Halleck and William T. Sherman in 1847, and what he's tasked with doing is finishing Fort Mervine, which is in the Monterey area, and ends up being renamed Fort Ord at one point. Not the Fort Ord that closed in like 93 or 94, it's a different Fort Ord. Because that, in turn, gets renamed to the Presidio of Monterey in 1904, which, if you're familiar with it, is where the Defense Foreign Language Institute is now. It's still an active Army post. Really, the only thing that's there is DLFI or DFLI, but it's still a thing.
And a pretty significant national cemetery.
Yeah. Yeah. He is also, at the same time, in command of Battery F of the 3rd Artillery, and one of his subordinates is William T. Sherman in California. He ends up surveying Los Angeles. He does the first real mapping of the L.A. area. As I understand it, the L.A. County Historical Society still has the original maps that he did. He was working for... he had a side job, right? So the Army kind of encouraged officers to get a side gig because they weren't being paid enough to actually cover their living expenses at the time. So one of the things that he does is he works for John Sutter, and if you're familiar with the California Gold Rush, John Sutter owns the property where the first gold is found in California. He is working for Sutter at the time that gold is found in
So he gets rich.
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah, he's doing like mapping and surveying and stuff like that for Sutter. He ends up being assigned to the Pacific Northwest for a little while. He comes back east. He is at the artillery school at Fort Monroe when John Brown's raid kicks off. And he's actually sent to Harper's Ferry with a contingent from Fort Monroe to go quell John Brown's raid, but they don't make it.
I was going to say, those guys don't get there in time.
No,
exactly.
Lee beats them there, and it's over. I think they get stopped at Baltimore or Washington, one of the two.
That's a pretty good distance to try to make it out to Harper's Ferry.
Just to further needle our friend Avery Lentz when we talk about Navy, Army operations and things like that, wouldn't Harper's Ferry technically be even earlier than the Hatteras one because the Marines fall under the jurisdiction of the Navy? So technically, with an Army commander in charge of a Marine unit, wouldn't that be technically an Army-Navy operation?
Theoretically.
Yeah, so that's my new argument when we hang out with Avery. I'm going to go Harper's Ferry, dude, even before Hatteras.
Isn't there a cavalry contingent that goes with them, too?
I have no idea. I just know that
There's 3 companies from Frederick, militia companies, that go down there.
Okay.
But But to get to your point, Pat, there's Army-Navy crossover during the Revolutionary War.
I mean, everybody knows that. It's just this is the needle point of the argument is like Civil War historians are always like the first time that we do these Army Navy things is they're all Hatteras, and the first time a beachhead is established is in Fredericksburg.
The first time the world saw field fortifications in major use was during the Civil War. No, that's not true. That was in the Crimea, for God's sake.
Right.
We have photos of it.
Right,
like
right.
That war was photoed before ours was.
Yes,
I
it
can't
was.
wait to do Crimea on this show. Yes, to your point in return, yes, there's an overall like flaw to that entire argument because it happens way before in history. But it's just one of these, like in the conversation of the Civil War, everybody's always like the first time, Army Navy this, and then the first time beachhead that.
Yeah.
Well, dude, the Army Navy jurisdiction and our operation happened in 1859, technically.
It's a war full of superlatives, Pat. Don't you dare argue with anybody
Wasn't
about
Bobby
that.
Lee on vacation, like at home when that happened, and that's why he got that call? It was like, hey, you're like the dude in charge,
He was at home.
just by proxy.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you get your high-ranking ass up there right now?
Right. I don't recall
something about this.
Yeah, I don't recall if he was actually on vacation or not at the time, but he was home, he was present in Washington, and he was a senior guy that they could get out
That's why they were like, go. Take
one of half a dozen colonels in the pre-war army.
Take your damn rank and go. Everybody else is out west still.
Well, that's actually a great point, Eric. I mean, you talked about Ord here, and you were talking about some of the officers earlier, and you say, okay, he makes lieutenant when he comes out of the point. Well, it's 10 years before they make captain.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a very slow army.
Modern officers would just
think that,
cringe.
He's West Point class of 1839. He's only a captain at the beginning of the Civil War in 1861.
Right.
That's it. Like, he has not advanced past that. And that's very much...
It's because the Army's small.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no need to advance past that.
You've got a tiny army. You don't need that many officers in the first place. In fact, most people that go to West Point don't really do much more than, I think, like 2 years on average in the Army after they're done with school.
Oh, and then they're like, this sucks.
Yeah, they resign their commissions, they go home and they do something else.
Well,
I mean, there's just no need for them in the first place.
Right.
They become railroad tycoons.
Yeah,
right.
And then they
a lot
become
of them
commanders of the Ohio.
A lot of them have pretty substantial degrees now in the classics, in engineering, which is what West Point was. It was an engineering school.
Yeah.
So, they can make a lot more money and have a real life as opposed to being out in BFE
absolutely.
Point.
Absolutely. Because unless there's a war going on, they don't need you.
Yeah.
Right? So, anyways, he ends up in command of the 3rd Brigade of the Pennsylvania Reserves. After that, in May of 62, he's given command of a division in the Army of the Tennessee. So he moves west fairly early on. He ends up taking command of the 13th Corps at Vicksburg after John McClernand is relieved. Unceremoniously a little bit.
GTFO.
You're fired. You're fired.
But he ends up coming back east in 64, and he takes command of the 18th Corps in the Army of the James. He's wounded at the Battle of Chaffin's Farm. In September of 64. He has been out of the Army until January of 65. He has to recover. He's wounded bad enough that he's got to go away. When he comes back, he ends up replacing Benjamin Butler in command of the Army of the James.
Oh, my.
Yeah, Ord is actually pretty well liked by Grant and Sherman.
Well, he was under Grant out west.
Yeah, and I mean, he was a classmate of Sherman.
Right.
Sherman was technically under his command at one point.
That was a really neat fun fact, Eric. I didn't realize Sherman had any time in the artillery.
Apparently so.
Yeah, that's wild.
Apparently so.
You don't think of him as an artillery guy.
No, you don't. You think of him as a grunt infantryman.
Right.
There's a lot of that. I mean,
Though he does have several positive remarks about artillery during the Western campaign, so I guess that does make sense.
I mean, we do this with Ricketts all the time. Ricketts he goes down as being an infantry guy, right? All these things. But
we talking about James Bruce?
Yeah, but like our boy James Ricketts.
James Bruce was in the reserves.
Was he? Is he in Pennsylvania
he was
too?
a battery commander.
Well, he's in the regular Army artillery when the war breaks out.
Let me open my...
you got a little book.
Yeah, it's my Grail diary, but Pennsylvania Reserve stuff.
Excellent reference.
Oh, yeah. I love it. I actually want... they make reproductions of the the prop from the movie, like really good ones too, where they have like the whole book filled.
That's cool.
With the stuff that was in the Grail Diary. I want one of those so bad. So, anyways, moving on. He ends up encountering Longstreet in March of 1865 during a prisoner exchange. Right.
I was going to say a retreat.
There's there's this story, and I don't know how valid it is, that Ord is the one that proposes to Longstreet that maybe you guys ought to give up in March of 65. And theoretically, Longstreet takes this back to Lee, and that kind of puts the bug in his ear. I don't know how true that is. But he is President Lee's surrender. He is in the McLean House at Appomattox. There are actually 3 different reserves that are in the McLean House at Appomattox.
Well, and much love to the Army of the James. It did have elements there at Appomattox, and I think people forget about that.
Yeah, absolutely. They're involved in the pursuit after the breakout at Petersburg, and they go
straight
all the way to the end. And after that, he's tasked with investigating the Confederate government's role in the Lincoln assassination, and he's the one that comes to the conclusion that no, these are non-state actors on their own that came up with this. The Confederate government's not involved.
But he was wrong.
The Confederate Secret Service was likely involved, yes.
We spent an amazing time with Kobe talking about how this is the better look we get at this.
Right.
That was his conclusion in 1865.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm not going to put words in his mouth 150 years after.
Build a freaking time machine and hang it with Kobe. Kobe will tell you.
I think Ord is also really looking at, because the government was really looking at, the Jefferson Davis connection.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, they really wanted Davis to be involved with that so they could hang him.
Yeah. I mean, they were really
close. They really wanted Lee involved with that too, so they could hang him.
Right. So Lee
It'd
was
be a lot easier to do.
I think what Kobe was talking about, Lee was a little further removed from everything, especially once he got out in the field as a commander. But I think he made the case that Jeff Davis at certain points definitely had to have known. There would have been no way for him not to have known.
I don't know.
Yeah, I would suspect he was probably aware of the kidnapping plot. I don't know about the assassination.
Sure.
Yeah, because as I understand it, that all kind of went down as almost a spur of the moment deal, where they kind of came up with the assassination plot on the fly.
Well, it's not just
That's
him.
my
There's
understanding of it. But
no, there's also Harney.
Right.
There's the guy that's crossing the river. They're going to blow up if they can't kill him one-on-one. Remember, Booth's the B plan.
Right.
And we're not here for that today to relive it, but Booth is the B plan, just to remind our listeners, just to further crush the man's ego, even 160 years in death. He was the B team option.
Oh, man, that sucks for him.
Sucks for our nation, too, to be honest.
Yeah, true.
So, all right. So he's tasked with trying to make this connection, which the federal government, specifically the War Department and Ed Stanton, really want to connect this to not just the upper echelons, but the top.
Yeah.
They want Jeff.
Right.
They don't get that, obviously.
No, they don't. Or it ends up spending the rest of his career out west like everybody does. He's in command of the Department of California at one point. He's in command of the Department of the Platte in 1875. I can't remember what battle that is that Custer's involved in late in 75, but Ord is the department commander at that point.
I thought you were about to reference Little Bighorn and be like, I can't remember the name of the battle Custer was involved in. I was like,
no, it's prior to that. It's like 7 months before Bighorn.
I was going to say, didn't you serve in a cavalry regiment?
Yeah, Washita.
Which I think I butchered the name.
Yeah, but I wasn't in the 7th Cavalry.
No, but
I was in the 2nd Cavalry.
But don't all U.S. Army regiments talk about cavalry regiments talk about Custer's fuckery?
No. We'd rather forget that, if I'm honest.
All right.
So, anyways, those are the 3 that are in command. 4 that are in command of the reserves at the outset. Right? You've got McCall in command of the division. John Reynolds is in command of the 1st Brigade. Meade is in command of the 2nd Brigade, and Edward Ord is in command of the 3rd. The War Department starts to call for the reserves to be forwarded to Washington in July of 61. The day after First Manassas. Because as it turns out, I think they're fully aware at that point, 24 hours later, that this is going to take a lot more. And everybody that they have, or most of them, are going home.
Yeah. So
And here's Pennsylvania with this corps of infantry just sitting there waiting. They're like, hey, you guys want these dudes?
Put me in, coach.
Yeah, exactly.
Good reference.
So the War Department does call for them, and they start getting forwarded. But there's some negotiation involved between Pennsylvania and the War Department. The War Department does not want to take them as an intact body. Pennsylvania is not going to send them to the federal government unless they will take them as an intact body. It's always meant to be a homogenous unit, always. And that's part of the wording of the legislation, right? If the federal government is going to take them, they have to take them whole and with the officers that we have appointed, right? So the War Department doesn't want to take McCall. They want to put somebody else in command. Curtin refuses. It's not going to happen. So the War Department acquiesces to all of these demands.
Yeah, they have no choice. They're over the
Well, they
barrel.
really don't. Yeah, they need people, and there's 15,700 of them in Pennsylvania waiting to go. They're already armed.
More or less equipped.
The
Yeah.
government's like, look, we need your troops. And Pennsylvania's like, yeah, but our officers. And
Here's
the
our
federal
conditions.
the feds are like, no, we're going to put our guys. And Pennsylvania was like, I don't think so.
And so they start to muster all these guys in, and there's various muster in dates, and they are all, well, for the most part, they're in July. The artillery batteries aren't until August, and the cavalry is like the very end of August. It's just basically, it's when they arrived, right? The artillery and the cavalry got organized last. It just takes more to do that.
It's more specialized, yeah.
Exactly. And part of the organization is you have to arm and equip them. Well, you gotta a lot of horses and cannons and all that stuff. So, anyways, they all get sent. The 5th and 13th Reserves and Battery A are out in Western Maryland. They show up more or less last, at least in terms of the infantry, to Tennelly Town, right down by D.C. That's where they're initially at. They call it Camp Tennelly. Hate that name. I'll talk about it later. So,
Is that an off mic story?
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
And that's where they're mustered into service. The problem becomes, particularly with the 13th Reserves, it doesn't seem like the 5th Reserves really had any issue with being mustered in late, but Colonel Biddle, Charles John Biddle of the Rifles, they haven't been paid since the beginning of July. And to be mustered for pay, the federal government is not going to backdate their muster, which Biddle wants.
I would be furious
Because
if they
they've
gave me
been-
mustard for pay.
Well, they've been in service of the federal government. They've been under orders of the War Department, technically in the state service, but still acting outside of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at the behest of the War Department since June. But the War Department doesn't want to pay them back that far. They only want to pay them from today, when they're going to be mustered into service, forward.
Like, dude, we've been doing your work.
And so Biddle threatens, and I don't think he was bluffing, that if they were not then in service of the government, they never would be. He was just going to take everybody back to Harrisburg.
Wow.
Period. And the government's like, oh, no, don't do that. They eventually decide to, they kind of compromise, and they say, all right, so instead of a muster in date on your rolls, so the exact wording they use is mustered into service by order of the Secretary of War. So if you look at the muster roll for the Rifles, the 13th Reserves, it doesn't actually have a muster in date. It's that. It's that wording.
That's very interesting.
And that's the only time I've ever encountered that anywhere is that one specific instance. And it's because Biddle is threatening to just take his ball and go home, man, because they don't want to back pay him for when they were doing work for him.
That's so grimy.
There's a couple other things that I kind of skipped over in that period there.
The not paying is what's grimy, to be very clear.
Well, on the subject of not paying,
I saw your judgmental stare across the pop filter, Matt, and I was like, I'm not talking about taking your ball. They have every right. Nobody works for free.
Just making sure.
Except for us here at the History Things podcast.
There's an issue in Harrisburg at the end of July 61 where you've got all these 90-day men who are being sent back because they're at the end of their term and being mustered out. But they're being mustered out not having been paid.
Right.
Some of them haven't been paid for a month. Some of them haven't been paid at all during their 3-month term. And so they can't leave Harrisburg without being paid, because if you leave, you're definitely not going to get paid. And on July 24th, they start a pay riot. And so there's all of these leftover 90-day men in Harrisburg that are absolutely furious that they aren't being paid. The government doesn't seem to be doing anything about it, and they take to the streets, man.
Wow.
Are we talking like bonus army style in the early 20th century, or are we talking
kind of? That's the feel I get from it. It's kind of along those lines, because almost the entirety of these guys are not in service anymore.
Right.
They've been mustered out. They just haven't been paid off.
Like, bro, you owe me money.
And they're not leaving until they are.
Right.
And so they start a couple fires and things like that. I mean, yeah, the
as
normal
one
riot
does,
stuff. Yeah,
as one does.
Yeah, when somebody's mad, you burn things down.
Right.
The 12th Reserves happen to be in Harrisburg at the time, and the 12th Reserves are sent to quell this riot. And they more or less do. What ends up happening really to end it is the Army sends several extra paymasters to Harrisburg to start paying these guys off on July 30th. And within, I think it's 3 days, everybody's been paid off and they all go home.
That's all they wanted.
Yeah, exactly. And
the feds hated every minute of it.
Absolutely. Who wants to shell out money?
They're stroking proverbial checks and they're like, ew, with every pen stroke.
Oh, the pores.
Then and now.
God forbid they get what's deserved to them.
You the people, ew. But yes, then and now.
So the 13th and 2nd Reserves end up, they're not at Tenleytown immediately. They're around Sandy Hook, Maryland. And they end up being used to quell a riot, or not a riot, but a mutiny within the 12th New York at Sandy Hook. The 12th New York is essentially being involuntarily extended. They don't dig that at all.
Shocker.
Yeah. And the I'm sorry, not the 12th, the 19th New York. And the 2nd Reserves and the 13th Reserves are used to basically be a show of force.
Flex.
Like, hey, you guys are either going to, get it together and do what we tell you, or there's all these guys with pointy things on the end of their boomsticks.
Oh, we're not threatening jail, right?
No, they're threatening to execute folks.
That's what I mean. Like, we're going to end this now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a battery of artillery that's involved. Yeah, it's
like in the suppression, or like
in the suppression of this mutiny.
They're like, I see your bayonets, and I have a mountain howitzer.
Yeah.
With extreme prejudice.
Yeah, right. Like, oh, Jesus.
That ends up being quelled. There's a handful of guys from the 19th New York who are sent to, I think, Fort Jefferson down in Dry Tortugas to make big rocks into little rocks for a couple of years.
Separate the hotheads, get them in
Yeah.
different companies.
Yeah, exactly like that.
You were just in the last year or so, Matt. You were just down at the Dry Tortugas.
I
You
was.
were, hanging out down there, looking at where
I wanna go.
Dr. Mudd was in jail.
It was amazing, honestly.
I want to go see it. Isn't that like the largest brick masonry fort?
That's what they claim. Yep.
Yeah,
15 million bricks.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive.
Yeah. I suspect
I want to go see it.
it's the largest all brick because there are bigger forts, Fortress Monroe.
Yeah.
But for brick only, I can very much see it being the the largest.
Fortress Monroe's mostly an earthen fort, isn't it?
It's a bricked over,
It's like
reinforced. It's a combo at this point now.
It's like a first system fort, isn't it? Or is it second system?
I think it's second system.
Too, yeah.
Okay.
And I think you're
Like those weird.
But these are definitely third tier.
there's earthen
Fort
elements
Jefferson.
to it, but it's a structured fort for sure.
Fair
It's one of those Robert E. Lee built it forts. Like, when people claim Robert E. Lee built this, he finishes Fort Monroe, I think is his big thing, right?
Well, he finishes Pulaski for sure.
Thought he finished Monroe too.
He could have.
He built Fort Carroll, named for the county that we are broadcasting from in Maryland right now, out in Baltimore. Oh, God, I'm not going to give Baltimore love, but I'm going to do it. They have a Civil War fort. Not a Civil War fort. It's like a post-Mexican War, pre-Civil War era
third
fort.
system.
Third system? I always forget the system, so I just avoid saying it. Gone to absolute ruin out there, but that's one of those forts that, built by Bobby Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that on an island, like in the middle of the channel? Going.
It is literally,
Baltimore?
it's right underneath the Key Bridge.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
There was a casino on it at one
Isn't
point.
it like privately owned?
So I think the answer to that now is yes, but I think as much as I believe that, I could be wrong, and I think the city of Baltimore might still own it,
I was just reading about that not that long ago.
which, like a lot of the things they own, they're just letting it go.
Most of the
Let
forts
it
that you're familiar
go.
with are third system.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, like Pulaski, Jefferson, Sumter, Moultrie. Those are all third system
Yeah.
forts. The way you can kind of tell just looking at it is if there aren't like fortified bastions at the corners, it's probably a third system fort.
A little more modern, a little more sleek, a little less old-timey looking.
Yeah.
Brick.
So at Tenleytown is when the division is officially organized into brigades. Like I said before, the 1st Brigade is commanded by John Reynolds, and it is the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 8th Reserves. The 2nd Brigade is under George Meade. This is the 3rd, 4th, 7th, 11th Reserves, and temporarily the Rifles. The Rifles are kind of a floater regiment. They get kind of bounced around between different brigades depending on who needs
Rifle support.
Well, no, kind of who needs bodies, honestly.
Oh, so they're more just to fill numbers?
More or less.
Damn your specialty. Just stand there. I need you.
Well, so they're rifles in name, but they're never really equipped. Well, they are eventually, but initially for the first year and a half of their service, they're not equipped as rifles. They're equipped as line infantry.
All right.
They're actually originally armed with smoothbore percussion converted 1816s.
Woo!
Basically all of the reserves are armed with that initially, and there's kind of a small riot within the Bucktails over being we're supposed to be a rifle regiment. What is this bullshit?
Do a granddad accent. Be like, this is my granddaddy's weapon.
They
Or
had
Scottish.
They had brought their own rifles with them when they came down to Harrisburg, and they were told to send them home because they were going to get issued new ones from the government, and they were all going to be a standard caliber and whatnot. And they were okay, that's fine, we'll send them home. And then the Pennsylvania government turns around and gives them ancient smoothbore guns that apparently were not converted correctly, because they talk about in their regimental history that when they were fired, they had like this excessive recoil.
Lovely.
And it seems what had happened was when they drilled the hole in the barrel, because these are cone and barrel conversions,
Right.
to screw the nipple in, it was too far forward from the breech face, which creates an expansion chamber behind it,
Yeah. So there's an
which is
extra
actually
punch.
creating extra force rearward as well as forward. And they talk about, the way they corrected this is they would drop a couple of dimes down the barrel and just ram them up against the breech face, and that took up enough of that space that it kind of canceled that out. But they are not happy.
Well, that's interesting.
Is that the true expression of drop a dime? The true origin?
I don't believe so. No.
Wow. I didn't even go down that road.
I mean, that'd be cool. It begs the
very
question.
Cool. Yeah.
It would be, but I don't think that's it.
Because I always, in one of my, when I do volunteer talks and now part of my professional program, one of the things I talk about is we get certain phrases in today's society that come from firearms, going off half-cocked, flash in the pan, and
the whole 9 yards.
Right, lock, stock, barrel. If we could attribute dropping a dime, that'd be so cool.
I'd be all about it. Yeah.
No, but we're also old enough now that there's a number of our listeners out there who need to know that dropping a dime is a reference to payphones. Those things that we remember them.
Is
fondly.
it really?
Yeah, you drop a dime. That's what
I never used a payphone.
Did they have? I mean,
You've never used a payphone?
When did electricity make it to where you're from?
We had normal people phones at home.
So did we. But you didn't go out in public and need a payphone ever as a kid?
Not really, no. I was a kid. Who the hell am I calling?
I am the youngest out of the three of us in this room, and I remember this. The Park Service just made a big deal recently about, Throwback Whatever Day, and a whole bunch of these parks were like, look, we still have a working payphone.
Right.
My God.
Don't be a jackass.
We didn't even really have regular payphones when I went to
Answer the question. What year is it in St. Mary's County?
It's Elk County. St. Mary's is the city.
Oh, I got that backwards. Yeah, I don't even know. But what year is it then? Are we in the 19s yet, or are we still in the 19th century?
I think it's 1890, 95-ish, somewhere around there. My brother's house was built.
You need to catch up.
My brother's house was built so my parents' building was built in 1906, and that was still running off gas lighting, but it was converted very shortly afterwards. Electricity was already in town, but it wasn't really widespread. I mean, we talk about electrification, like all of a sudden one day electric came to town and everybody had lights in their house, and that's not how that worked at all.
No. I'm just talking now in today's society. How much you guys still working on out there?
None. We're very much electrified. Yeah.
No, you're not.
And we have been for some time.
You claim you're from the most backwoods of the woods.
No, I said I'm from a small place.
You are from a small place.
I'm from where one of the original companies of the Bucktails come from.
Yes.
And they have a neat genesis. I don't know how much you know about that.
I don't know anything about this. That's why I was excited to do this episode, because most of what I do is this overall storytelling. And this is down in the weeds.
There's a fellow by the name of Thomas Leeper Kane. He's originally from Philadelphia. His father is actually the federal judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania in the 1840s. Kane had graduated from college he was 19. He moved to Europe. He lived in Paris for a couple of years. He learned French so fluently that he was actually requested to be a contributing editor for one of the larger French magazines at the time.
Wow.
He did that for a little bit, comes back to the States. He ends up clerking for his father in the early 1840s out by Philadelphia. But he ends up resigning his position as clerk of the court because a lot of people talk about the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Well, that wasn't the first one, right? There had been one in 1840, and he was incredibly conflicted about this because he was very much abolitionist, even in the early 1840s. And so he resigned his position as clerk of the court because he felt he could not do his duty fully because he did not support sending runaway slaves back to the South.
Good for him. Wow.
So he quits that. He ends up getting involved with the Mormons, oddly enough. Somehow, yeah. He meets Joseph Smith when they're still on the East Coast. This is before they're even sent out to, Illinois, but Nauvoo, Illinois. Before they get exiled to Illinois.
I'm thinking so many. I'm
but
such
he doesn't,
a 21st century
But he
kid.
doesn't become a Mormon.
Interesting.
He never becomes a Mormon. Because of this relationship he's formed in the 1850s when you have the Utah War going down.
Right.
And the government is sending the army out to Utah because they are going to crush the Mormons.
Yeah, Brigham Young is about to get smacked.
They were going to wipe them off the face of the earth. Kane is the one who mediates the, I don't want to call it an armistice or a truce because they're not like a foreign power, but he's the one that mediates the end of the Utah War. And because of that, if you go to the Utah State House today, there is a statue of Thomas Lieber Kane as a Major General of Volunteers in the Utah State House. He is considered a friend of the Mormons. There's a copy of that exact statue at the chapel in Kane, Pennsylvania, which is named for him, where he is buried. The chapel was owned by the Mormon Church for, I think they bought it in 72 or 73, and they ended up giving it to the Kane Historical Society in 2015, I think it was.
Oh, recently. Wow.
Yeah, they operated it as kind of a small museum / memorial to Thomas Kane. It had been an Episcopalian, or no, it was a Presbyterian church originally. It was built as the Kane Memorial Chapel. He was buried there. The Mormons bought it back in the 1970s. They gave it to the Kane Historical Society in 2015. So anyways, he's involved with, at the outbreak of the war, he's up in northwestern PA dealing with land speculation and timber, which was like the huge industry in that part of the state until right around 1905 when they had finally clear-cut everything.
There are no more trees left. What else are we going to do?
Guess the lumber trade's done.
Yep.
If you see photos of the mountains in northwestern PA around 1900, they are absolutely bare.
Wow.
They have cut everything. So he offers his services to Curtin to raise what he wants to raise cavalry from that area. Curtin responds to him, hey, well, the government's not going to take cavalry. So he offers to raise a body of riflemen. So he does. He recruits 3 counties, what becomes Company C from Cameron County, Company G from Elk County, which is where I'm from, and Company I from McKean County, which is where my family has lived for a couple of generations now. They are out in the wilderness. This is the wilderness at this point. There are towns there, but they are very small. The railroad has not gone that far yet.
Ooh.
So to get to Harrisburg, what they end up doing is all 3 companies meet at Emporium, Pennsylvania, and then proceed to a little town called Driftwood. And I think there's like 50 permanent residents there now. But at the time, it's kind of a larger going concern because of the lumber trade. They end up building rafts, right? They build these 16 by 64 foot long rafts.
They build rafts in Driftwood?
They do.
That's appropriate.
Yeah.
How poetic.
They build, 4 of these. Essentially, you could fit almost an entire company on one raft. The 4th raft, they make a little bit longer, and they put a shed on it for Kane's horse. They're floating the horse with him, by God.
Oh, my God.
And they do. They board these rafts, they launch them, and they head down the Cinemahoning to Lock Haven. The Cinemahoning runs into the Susquehanna, the west branch of the Susquehanna. They go to Lock Haven. Lock Haven's the railroad. They ditch the rafts. They get on the railroad. They head to Harrisburg. While they're being recruited is when they get the bucktail symbol.
Is that when they're sticking the thing in their hats?
Yeah. So what happens is there's a guy named James Landrigan from McKean County. He enlists in Company I. He's one of the first guys to actually enlist. And across the street from the recruiting station, which is in a hotel, there's a butcher shop. And a lot of people don't think about this, but like first half of the 19th century, there's really not any beef production in the States. It's pork. If you want red meat, it's almost always going to be venison.
Sure.
So there is this trade in northwestern PA for sure. I think out in Michigan as well, where they are like industrially hunting deer because it's going to be sold to places like New York, where they just, you don't have any meat production locally.
Matt, how do people move around if it's there's 30,000 feet of snow? How are they hunting all these deer in Michigan if there's so much snow they can't leave their house till June?
Snowshoes, boo-boo.
Right, exactly.
So what you're telling me is that June, July, and August are extremely violent months for deer in Michigan.
I mean, that's where we get the term a buck for $1.
Right, exactly.
Right? It's that was the value of a buck at the time, was
full greenback?
$1.
A full greenback?
I think it was the pelt specifically was the dollar, or a buck, excuse me. Yeah.
So, anyways, there's this like commercial hunting going on in northwestern PA. There's a butcher shop across the street from the hotel where the recruiting office is set up. James Landrigan goes in, this is the story that's told. He goes in, he signs his name to the roll. He goes outside, he sees a deer hide hanging out front of this butcher shop. He walks over, he cuts the tail off, he puts it on his hat.
Ew.
There is no explanation as to why he does this.
He's a psycho.
It's just, this is what happens. Nobody says, he just thought it looked cool or whatever. This is what happens. He immediately goes back to the recruiting office where Kane is. Kane sees it, thinks this is like the greatest idea that anybody's ever had.
It's that Joe Rogan meme where they're like, oh my God!
We're going to be known as the Bucktails.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to get a bucktail. Well, there's only one hide hanging up at the butcher shop. They go over and they cut tail-shaped strips off of this hide.
Ew.
And they pin them to their caps until they can get, proper tails. There ends up being a guy from Company I who does a small business selling new tails to guys in the regiment after they've left Pennsylvania.
The true story of Bambi.
Yeah.
The bucktails.
There's some letters between him and a guy he's acquainted with at home, who is one of these commercial hunters, where he's saying, okay, I need a crate of 150 tails. And he's selling them to guys in the regiment for basically $1 a pop.
See, I'm not so much grossed out by the concept of the bucktail decoration for the hat in general. I'm grossed out by the fact that the dude, cut it and dressed his hat. No middle, cleaning it up, preserving it, making it more ornamental. It's just slice Rambo blood on hat. Whoa!
Well,
I imagine he goes back and shotguns a beer. Where's the bucktails?
I'm not entirely sure how processed it was or wasn't, to be honest with you. But I know that there is at least one original tail that a friend of mine has in his collection that actually still has the bone in it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
is that your interesting friend on the farm that has it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Hi, Waylon. Nice to hear from you, buddy.
I wish Waylon had. I'm pretty sure Waylon wishes he had one. No, it's a guy in Gettysburg named Ron Palm. He's got a museum on Baltimore Street.
All right.
That's almost all Pennsylvania photos from the Civil War. He's got 13,000 of them.
You spend a lot of time in there, just
I have in the past, yeah. But he has a GAR cap that the guy put his original tail onto, and you can see it still has the bone inside of it. They never actually bothered to split it open and take the bone out. They just let it dry out that way.
Well, I imagine the bone would also help it as far as the decorative little swoop that it looks on your hat. There's a rigid structure.
It's kind of weird, honestly, because I've processed these before, and it doesn't work out as well as you would think. So anyways, these guys end up going to Harrisburg, and they become part of the reserves. And now we're getting way all over the place.
Well, all right.
Eric, that's interesting, though, about the bucktail story, because more modern 20th century, 21st century mythology around the bucktails is that each man had to go and shoot his own buck. And I'm glad to hear that, because that always sounded like, I don't think they had time to do that.
Nope, not at all. In fact, there was a whole company from Chester County, Pennsylvania, which is Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much deer hunting was going on there, but I'm pretty sure they didn't bring their own tails from home that they they
Dude, the
shot.
original bucktails weren't even all. There was only one tail. Like poor Steve had like part of the deer anus cut and slivered on his head.
Well, this is all temporarily. They do end up acquiring their own tails.
Maybe that's where it was like, everybody go
Company
kill your own
C&G.
deer.
Well, again, there's commercial hunting going on in that area, so it's not impossible to get a hold of. It's just at that particular moment, there was one available that was right handy to them. They took that one, but they do end up procuring these. The guy I was talking about who was selling bucktails, he had been involved in commercial hunting prior to his enlistment, and the guy he worked for was, he was killing and processing 150 to 200 deer at a time to send to New York as meat. Like they're sending them there as food, right? And that's how he's able to get his hands on so many tails at a crack. Is these guys are going out and wholesale slaughtering deer,
Right.
Because they can at the time.
How do we kill this many deer? And there are still this many deer around.
Because we don't have any natural predators anymore.
Breed like
being-
rabbits.
I was
We've
being ironic. and
killed all the
sarcastic.
wolves
Both
and
of you
mountain
guys.
lions.
Jesus, I withdraw the joke.
You should.
Back
You should
it up
apologize more profusely for it too.
Oh God.
So, anyways, we're at Tenleytown, right?
Yeah.
They end up getting moved to the area around Alexandria, and they go into camp. They call it Camp Pierpont, and from Camp Pierpont, it's on the Georgetown Turnpike, just to the west of Alexandria, right? They take this reconnaissance to Drainesville, right, on October 19th of 1861. What else happens?
On October 19th,
Balls Bluff.
1861?
Balls Bluff.
Yeah, I was going to say the
Balls Bluff happens, and Charles Stone commits his men the way he does because he is under the impression that the reserves are still in Drainesville. But they are not. They have withdrawn back to Camp Pierpont, and McClellan has failed to inform Stone, who he sent to Balls Bluff, that he no longer has a division-sized element more or less on his flank within supporting distance.
So they're going to go check out those tents
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
with all this support that they have.
Yeah,
that's
because
not there.
They fully believe that the reserves are still occupying Drainesville, and they absolutely are not. They are back in, and it's we know that McClellan knows that they're no longer there. He knows that they're at Camp Pierpont because he does order them to hold themselves in readiness to march, if need be. And on the evening of the 20th, they're told, okay, you guys can chill out. We're not going to need you. So we know that McClellan
timing.
absolutely knows that this is what's happening. He just has not told Charles Stone. And so, of course, there's absolutely no consequence to the Battle of Balls Bluff, none whatsoever.
None.
It has no effect on the conduct of the war.
Certainly not. Yeah, I was going to say, certainly not in the reviewing sense. So, no.
So you can kind of tie the Pennsylvania Reserves to the Committee on the Conduct of the War because it's their presence or lack
support.
thereof at Drainesville that, kind of leads Charles Stone into committing his men at Balls Bluff the way he does, and
Lincoln's
getting
boy killed.
Yeah, getting
Edward
Lincoln's
Baker.
best friend shot.
Yeah.
And creating this
Isn't there
oversight committee.
all right, so true or false? Because we talk about this a lot,
False.
and I think the answer is going to be true. You served in our armed forces. You're a veteran of the United States Army. The empty chair.
What about it?
Does that stem from Baker's loss as well? I think that's been attributed to his death at Balls Bluff.
I don't know that you could. It's like I feel like it's like so many other things. Like we want it to be tied to this so much that even any kind of evidence to the contrary, we just ignore because we want this to be the narrative, even though it's not the case.
Okay.
I feel like the empty chair is a concept that goes much earlier than the Civil War itself.
Sure.
And I don't even know that I would ascribe it to the United States. I would honestly give it to the British.
Yeah, I could definitely see that too.
That feels like a very British thing to do.
Now's a good time on the History Things podcast to give it to the British, shouting out all of our listeners in the United Kingdom. Again, I always bring it up. We have some weirdly huge following over there, and we love it. We just,
Well, it's because you guys talk about
Thanks for listening.
more than like just Civil War stuff.
We try to.
You know, you guys did the White Star Line, for God's sake.
That was a fun
did the
one.
Psalm, all like you're touching on topics that are interesting to people outside of
specifically the
US.
British.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talking about their ships, talking about their military campaigns. We just fell into the British rabbit. See, that's the British
did,
Empire. Everybody talks about nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, right? You know, Monty Python joke, but that's also British because Monty Python are a bunch of Brits.
mean, nobody expects the British Empire.
The
However,
British
the sun
Empire.
has set.
Has it really though?
Oh, I think very, very much conclusively.
We should pay attention. There is a descendant among them who lives in America now and will be eligible for the presidency in about 35 years. Harry and Meghan's children, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, their children are going to be eligible for the. It's a fact.
I don't-
Eric. Look it up. It's a fact.
Yeah.
Well, I've been told to look up a lot of things that were facts, but that absolutely were not.
Oh, like firing by rank in the Hardy Manual.
No, I was thinking more along the lines of like.
You said you were gonna. He's been waiting to stick you with
No,
this.
and he thinks it bothers me, but the only time I even think about it is when he brings it up.
And it hurts you deep in this moment.
I don't care.
the pre-show for this, he's like, I'm gonna get him
I'm
on
gonna
air.
get him
He
so
told
bad.
me last week he was going to do it.
okay.
I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Well, whatever, man. Now I know to expect it.
You didn't know when it was coming. You set it up, Eric. You gave me the moment. Mm-hmm. All right.
So they end up, they spend time at Camp Pierpont. They're drilling and doing the normal things that the Army as a whole is doing through the winter of 61, 62, with the exception of Drainesville. Now, this is not the reconnaissance to Drainesville. It is a reconnaissance to Drainesville that turns into a small battle. And it has very little consequence. And if it had not occurred when it occurred, nobody would even think about it. Ord's brigade gets sent to Drainesville to see about Confederates that they've heard are poking around there. He's also sent to gather forage because it's been determined that this is a decidedly secessionist area. They need forage. We're going to go out there and get it. We're also going to see if there's rebels poking around. They do find rebels. There's about 4,000 men in Ord's brigade that go out there. It's Ord's brigade plus the rifles plus Easton's battery of the artillery regiment and 2 squadrons of the 1st PA Cavalry.
This is not a small contingent.
No, this is about 4,000 men.
Yeah.
What they run into is like a mixed composition brigade under the command of Jeb Stuart. There's about 1,800 rebels there. Several infantry regiments, Cutts battery of artillery, and this weird conglomeration of cavalry that they have. It's not really organized into a regiment that I'm aware of. It's just kind of like this
bunch of companies.
It's like a bunch of independent companies that have kind of come together to act as a group, but they're not really. And what ends up happening is Ord's brigade pretty decisively stomps Jeb Stuart's head in and sends him running back down.
But if you want to read some self-aggrandizing bullcrap, read Stuart's report from the Battle of Drainesville. Yeah. You'd think he'd won the whole friggin' war.
And he is very decidedly routed from the field. In fact, so much so that part of Ord's brigade pursues and cannot catch these dudes. Like they are out, man. They have pieced out, man. They're running. They end up capturing 2 caissons, 1 gun from Cutts battery, and a bunch of random other stuff. And like I said, this wouldn't be anything that anybody talked about, except for the fact that it's the first real victory that what ends up being the Army of the Potomac has. It's also the first time that the U.S. Army has won something in the East since Ball's Bluff.
Yeah.
And that's like a major debacle.
Let's
right?
not forget the Hatteras invasion. That was a huge
I'm
thing.
talking about in the Eastern Theater.
That is in the Eastern Theater.
No, it's not.
It is. It is. That is part of the Eastern Theater operations.
It's guys from the Eastern Theater who get sent down there, but no more than I would say the 11th and 12th Corps out at Chattanooga is an Eastern Theater battle.
No, that's the West, because everybody knows that the South and the West happen in Middle Tennessee.
What we're talking about as Eastern Theater is Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania. That's what we're talking about. And Hatteras
Fine.
is not in any of those
Fine.
3 states.
Fine, I will give you that.
So put that in your juice box and suck it.
You suck it.
There is they get their
Out of your own juice box.
This is the first time that the reserves have been blooded, right? There's 71 casualties out of 4,000, right? So not huge numbers, but again, this is the first time that most of these guys who have gone to Drainsville have experienced any kind of fighting, right? This is the first time that anybody from the reserves has, minus, a little bit of skirmishing that the 5th and 13th reserves had done out around Cumberland, Maryland.
Jeb Stewart's, it's also a notable opponent that they beat, because Jeb
absolutely.
Stewart's, has a bunch of reputation at this point.
He's already built his reputation.
And he is soundly whipped at Drainsville. Soundly.
Say it again.
Soundly whipped.
Soundly whipped.
Again, you'd never know it by reading his reports.
No, you sure wouldn't, would you? So they after Drainsville, they're back in Camp Pierpont. They're doing drilling and reviews and all the same stuff that everybody else is. And then the Peninsula Campaign rolls around. At this point, they are part of McDowell's Corps.
On to Richmond.
Yeah. So the rest of the Army of the Potomac goes down to the peninsula, and they start moving from Fortress Monroe up the peninsula to, between the York and the James Rivers, up to Richmond. McDowell's Corps is sent. There's supposed to be reinforcement, right, from the defenses of Washington. But they end up getting held at Falmouth, Virginia, because of what's happening in the valley. Jackson is out in the valley running amok between 3 separate federal, quote-unquote, armies that aren't cooperating with each other, that if they combined and did something together, they would numerically outnumber Jackson, but they won't do that. So Jackson gets this great reputation for being, awesome in the valley, but he's fighting 3 more or less incompetent army commanders that
Aren't talking to each other.
No, not coordinating at all.
Right.
And so, if you look at, the aggregate of Union troops in the valley in, spring of 62, they outnumber Jackson's corps. But they never operate together. And so Jackson is numerically superior at basically every engagement.
Yep.
And he almost gets donked off by trying to look at something for himself on a hill, and then the artillery's like...
And he gets beat in his first battle, too.
Is that Jackson?
He is the second greatest general that the United States has ever produced, all right? Second only to Robert Edward Lee.
I hate that it's my laugh our listeners are going to hear, so if anybody gets the hate mail from laughing at that joke, it's going to be me.
I hope nobody has my email, so it's definitely going to be at least you.
God. Well, you got something to say? Send us an email. It is 3thingspodcast@gmail.com.
Yeah, absolutely. Send one. Forward them to me, too. I'd love to read those.
Don't you worry. If we get hate mail on that subject, you're getting it.
I don't know how many British folk are really going to dispute that, though. I'm not sure. I feel like most of your audience is English.
Most of them are at this point. Now, we probably alienated half the United States or more.
Well, if you hadn't before, you just have.
You just did.
Thanks for coming on, Eric.
That's not the
You're
first.
welcome. I do what I can.
That's not the first joke we made at the expense of Bobby or Jeb or Thomas Jonathan there. That was a good one.
Yeah, that sounded like the
bubble wrap.
Yeah, exactly.
That
bubble
sounded
wrap.
like the will of the Confederacy breaking in March and April of 65.
Jeez.
Nope, just my ancient knuckles.
Just your knuckles.
So anyway, So McCall and the reserves are sent to the Falmouth area. They get stopped there because of what Jackson's doing in the Valley campaign. What ends up happening is they basically sit in position more or less to cover Washington and to be in a position to move back to Washington if they need to, because Jackson breaks out of the Valley and he's come to take Washington. He doesn't, but okay. Part of the reserves gets split off at this point. Bayard, who is in command of the 1st PA Cavalry, or the 15th Reserves, or the 44th Pennsylvania, depending on what number you want to use, he is given command of a demi-brigade. It consists of his 1st PA Cavalry, the 1st New Jersey Cavalry, and 4 companies of the Bucktails. And why in God's name would you send infantry as part of cavalry? But they do. And those 4 companies just get beat to hell.
I bet.
They get sent out to the Valley. They are involved in Harrisonburg, where one of the members of the Bucktail Battalion kills Turner Ashby. Yep, schwacks him dead.
A Knight of the Valley.
They're involved in Cross Keys, Port Republic, and there is not a single time where these 4 companies of the Bucktails are not able to catch back up to the cavalry at the end of the day. They bivouac with the 2 cavalry regiments every single night.
Jesus.
And they're on foot, for God's sake, with knapsacks.
That's some shoe leather right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
But Lieutenant Colonel Kane, who's the guy who, this is his baby. He is responsible for the Bucktail Regiment, at least in concept. He is the one in command of this battalion of 4 companies. It's companies C, G, H, and I, right? C, G, and I are the original 3 companies that he raised. Company H is from Chester County, but they're sent along because they need a 4th. They go out, they do excellent skirmish. They are commended several times for their behavior, not least of which at Harrisonburg, where they schwacked Turner Ashby. There's a really cool woodcut of it from, I think, Harper's Weekly that shows the death of Turner Ashby.
It says in the Harper's Weekly, it's just the schwacking.
But this whole group, I'm sorry, Hall's 2nd Maine Battery is along with them.
Dude, our producer was waiting for you to say that.
Yeah, Hall's Battery is part of Bayard's Flying Brigade. That's what they call it. It's this demi
I can understand the nickname.
Yeah, absolutely. Because my God, those poor 4 companies basically at a dead run for like a month.
At night and day. You don't sleep. You'll sleep when you're dead.
The rest of the reserves end up being forwarded to McClellan down on the peninsula, beginning of June. I think it's June 18th-ish, somewhere around there.
That's right.
I'm sorry, June 8th, they get forwarded. They end up being attached to Fitzjohn Porter's 5th Corps. Though Porter kind of seems to maybe not think so. It's a really weird situation. But they end up involved with the 7 days, right? They are at Mechanicsville. There is a full company of the 13th Reserves, which is cut off at Mechanicsville. They were trying to allow 2 other companies from the regiment to extricate themselves from the battle. And in the process, they are cut off. They end up spending 6 days running around the swamps about 5 miles east of Richmond, trying to
Not get
evade capture and get back to the army. And on the 6th day, they have to cross this clearing that's within sight of a rebel camp. And the last half dozen dudes get seen. And that's it. It's over for them. They end up having to surrender. So that's Company K, the 13th Reserve. Yeah, there are 3 companies of the Bucktails that are captured on the peninsula. Company K is first. At Gaines Mill the next day, companies D and E are also cut off. Company E is the color company. So they have the regimental colors.
You lost the colors.
They lost the whole company. They also get cut off, and they don't get to spend as much time running around through the woods as Company K did. But what they do is they basically they run and gun for a few hours, right? So they'll pop up here, they'll lay it down on some rebels that are right handy, and then they'll just kind of like fade back into the woods, and they'll move somewhere else, and they'll do the same thing until they are entirely surrounded and captured. Before
Very
they
modern
do
tactics,
this,
though.
yeah. Before they do this, before they surrender, it's not clear which is true. They either bury the colors or they roll them up and shove them into a hollowed out log to prevent them from being captured. And it works for a little bit. They end up being discovered a few days later. And the original colors, the original state-issued colors of the 13th Reserves are then found in the Confederate White House when Richmond falls.
So little early war trophies?
Yeah, absolutely. They are then involved in the Battle of Newmarket Crossroads. Oh, I'm sorry. At Gaines's Mill, they're not deployed on the line as a division, right? They are sent basically piecemeal to plug holes in the line as they're needed. So there's not even a full brigade deployment.
But returned back to their brigade at end of action, right?
Correct.
Or their division.
Yeah, correct.
Because they were to be taken as a homogenous unit. So if they're being siphoned off of here and there at the end, they go back to their original.
Yeah, almost the entire 11th Regiment is cut off and captured. Reynolds is captured here.
You
Reynolds
can't
hasn't
talk bad
slept.
about Reynolds. He's a Union guy. You're not allowed
Reynolds
to talk
hasn't
bad about.
slept in a couple of days. He believes that he is in a position where he is safe for the time being. He lays down to take a nap. He wakes up completely surrounded by Confederates, has to give himself up. He's taken to D.H. Hill, who's a classmate of his. And D.H. Hill basically tells him, well, there's no shame in it, Reynolds. It's just the fortune of war. I doubt John Reynolds thought that same way, but that's what D.H. Hill told him.
He was like, hello, Daniel.
Yeah. Harvey.
Hello, Jonathan.
They then go to Newmarket Crossroads. Oh, I'm sorry. George McCall is also captured.
Dude, are you guys, just how many of them don't get captured? That might be a shorter interpretation.
This is the easiest way that I can lay it out for you. The Pennsylvania Reserves accounts for 1/15 of the combat power of the Army of the Potomac on the peninsula during the 7 days.
Okay.
They suffer 1/5 of the Army of the Potomac's casualties.
Great.
They are absolutely slaughtered, and we're going to get to an illustration of that here in a second. At Mechanicsville, there are roughly 7,000 men in the division on the peninsula. They suffer 3,045 casualties during the 7 days. The 13th Reserves, the 6 companies that were on the peninsula, when they arrived at Harrison's Landing at the end of the 7 days, there are 64 men in the regiment.
Wow.
That's it.
Wow.
Remember, companies D, E, and K have all been captured. Everybody else is killed and wounded, and quite a few of them are also captured. So this is a very harrowing experience for the reserves. They're also involved in the Battle of Glendale. A lot of people call it Newmarket Crossroads.
Right.
General Meade is wounded there.
But not captured.
He's not captured, no.
That's why I like Meade.
But he is wounded. So now we're down 2 of our 3 brigade commanders and the division commander. It basically falls on Truman Seymour at this point to step in and take command of the division. Seymour, we'll just talk about him real quick. Truman Seymour is another guy that has he has some consequence within the Civil War, but not a name you really ever hear about. He's born in 1824 in Burlington, Vermont. He's part of the West Point class of 1846.
Ooh,
a lot of big names from that
yeah,
year.
that's a sexy
huge
class.
McClellan, Jackson, Reno, Couch, Stoneman, Samuel Sturgis, George Pickett. These are all classmates of Truman Seymour. He begins his Army career in Mexico because he basically goes from graduating at West Point, New York, to fighting in Mexico like that quick.
Hey, you picked a good time to graduate.
He ends up being breveted breveted to the rank of captain for actions at Contreras and Churubusco. He then in 1850 is sent back to West Point to be the assistant professor of drawing.
Oh, interesting.
And he holds that position until 1853, when he's then sent to Florida to fight the Seminoles again. So he's in Florida from 1856 to 1858, chasing Seminoles around in the swamps.
Professor of drawing, is that like
It should be pointed out that some of our previous officers have also been fighting the Seminoles. That's because the United States has 3 wars with the Seminoles.
Yeah. I find that a lot of guys that were in the Army prior to the Civil War, between, like 1830 and 1861, end up in Florida chasing Seminoles around in the swamps at one point or another. And if they don't do that, or maybe if they do that, they also end up fighting Mexicans.
Right.
He ends up in command of an artillery company at Fort Sumter, so he's present during the bombardment of Fort Sumter. Ooh. He's taking an active role as an artillery company commander. He is then, after Fort Sumter, he accepts the role as the chief of artillery for the reserves. So from essentially their formation through the beginning phases of the Peninsula Campaign, Truman Seymour is the chief of artillery on McCall's staff for the reserves. Like I said, he ends up in command of Ord's brigade. Ord has been given command of the 2nd Division of the Army of the Tennessee in May of 62. He goes west. Truman Seymour takes command of his brigade and ends up, by default, in command of the division on the peninsula because he's the only general officer that's left. The other ones have either been wounded or captured. So he's the one that brings the reserves into Harrison's Landing at the end of the 7 days. In November of 62, he's sent to the Department of the South. He takes command of the Department of the South. He's then given he's responsible for the assault on Battery Wagner of glory fame. And my understanding of it is it is his idea to place the 54th Massachusetts in the assaulting regiment's position. So got another tie to Pennsylvania Reserves and some famous stuff. There's a lot of it.
This is just an entire episode of Pennsylvania claiming credit for everything.
He is wounded at Battery Wagner by grape shot. When he returns to the Army, excuse me, in I think it's January of 64, he takes command of the Department of Florida. He is in direct command of the expedition that takes Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. And then the not so successful fight at Olustee. Yeah, doesn't really work out for him. He gets transferred back to the 6th Corps in the Army of the Potomac in March of 64. So he's not in Florida for very long, like 3 months. He is in command of a brigade at the Wilderness. He is captured at the Wilderness. But he's then exchanged, I think it's in August of 64, and ends up returning to the Army, taking command of Ricketts' division out in the valley. Ricketts has been wounded. Yep. He's not coming back to the Army. Truman Seymour takes command of the division.
Wounded again.
and retains command of the division to the end of the war. So he, after the valley, they're involved in the breakout at Petersburg, the Appomattox campaign, Sailor's Creek. And he is personally present, again, at the McLean House at Lee's surrender. So now we have a second member of the reserves who is present at Lee's surrender. And we're going to get another one. He ends up retiring in 1876. And like I said, he had been the assistant professor of drawing at West Point for 3 years. He moves to Europe after his retirement. And he spends the rest of his life in Europe. He dies in 1891. But while he's there, he becomes this prolific painter. And it's believed that he never sold any of his work during his lifetime. But the majority of his body of work still exists in Europe, in primarily museums, but also in private collections. And if you look them up, because there's a handful of them that you can find on Google, they're really good.
He used a lot of red.
Like he's doing these amazing, realistic paintings of various places. One of them is Venice. He dies in Florence in 1891. He's buried in Florence.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. Truman Seymour never comes back to the States.
Done with that.
Period. So, like I said, he is in default command of the division at this point, and he will remain so until Reynolds is exchanged and Meade returns, which is going to happen. Reynolds is exchanged in August, but at he's present in command of the division at 2nd Manassas. At 2nd Manassas, the reserves are originally the left flank of Fitzjohn Porter's corps, right. And they're posted on Chin Ridge, but they're not actually engaged on Chin Ridge, because as Porter is beginning his assault, such as it was on August 30th, Reynolds is ordered to support the center of the corps.
Right.
So they leave Chin Ridge as Porter is going forward, and Porter is getting sent backward basically as soon as he is going forward.
Porter's like, where are you guys going?
The reserves are sent to along the Warrenton Turnpike?
Yeah,
goes
29.
north south.
Yeah,
Okay.
modern day 29.
And they, along with Sykes' division of regulars, are posted around Henry House to basically to cover the withdrawal of the army back towards the Stone Bridge? What do they call that?
The Stone Bridge.
Yeah, okay. Back towards the Stone Bridge.
Every battlefield has a stone bridge and a sunken road on it somewhere.
We don't have either in Gettysburg.
No, you guys just have a round top and a den.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got...
And a railroad. You know what? You share. You have a railroad cut.
6,000 acres of battlefield.
You know what?
Okay.
You share an unfinished railroad cut, Manassas.
And like the largest outdoor collection of sculpture in the world. Yeah. So anyways.
Cool story, bro.
It's just after 2nd Manassas that the 4 companies of the 13th Reserves that had been in the valley reunite with the other 6. They fight. They're not really fighting at 2nd Manassas, but those 4 companies, CGH and I, are still with Bayard's brigade at 2nd Manassas. Once the army pulls back into the defenses of Washington, kind of en route, right after Chantilly, the entire regiment is reunited. So we get back into the defenses of Washington. Lee starts his invasion of Maryland, right? The reserves are very much under strength. Remember, we left Pennsylvania with 15,700 men.
And you're all captured now.
A year previous.
You're all POWs.
And we're now down to about 2,500.
Jeez.
There's not very many guys left. This is a shell of an organization at this point. And there's going to be guys that return because they haven't been exchanged from Richmond yet. Guys who were wounded on the peninsula are going to come back, but they're not really going to come back necessarily in time for Antietam. They go into the Battle of South Mountain.
Now we're getting into kind of our bailiwick, Pat.
I like that you included me on that. Thank you.
I like how he keeps using the word bailiwick.
Oh, dude, it's his go-to. But Matt has written books about this subject, and I have done nothing. But
about
this is
the word bailiwick.
No, I mean I wouldn't be surprised.
The true and real history of bailiwick.
That's the book that Matt can't get published. Right. They don't even want to read it because they don't know what it is. They're like, "What is a bailiwick?"
Is it like that little book that you and I both have?
Yes. Yeah. The book that he's referencing is on bullshit, just for the record.
It's literally the title of it.
Jesus,
and the subject.
That's true. That's very true. Another day. But I just was appreciative, Matt, because you are obviously very learned and official in the subject that we're getting into here. And like I said, thrice authored, twice on the subject matter.
Yep.
And
He's pulling out his sheepskin credentials currently.
yeah, I'm just like, I have an Irish Brigade flag, a couple of them. So
Oh, yeah, you do like that.
yeah, but you know, that's,
And 20th Maine, God.
yeah,
I'll forgive you for it.
it's all right. We're fans of history, both in film and all that. But yeah, so Matt, so anyway, sorry. But
Nope.
thanks, Guy. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Love.
We're now getting into, of course, the Maryland campaign.
Yes.
And the PA Reserves have a big role to play in this campaign, and one that I don't think is oftentimes appreciated. What Pat was referencing is my first book, of course, on Antietam. We've got a whole chunk on the PA Reserves and talking about their actions, but we've got a whole chapter on them in the South Mountain book.
Matt, say the names of your books.
Faces of Union Soldiers at Antietam and Faces of Union Soldiers at South Mountain and Harper's Ferry.
Buy them now wherever books are sold. There's a Fredericksburg book out.
Which also has a chapter on the PA Reserves.
See?
A lot of love.
A lot of love.
That's part. So when we get to that part of the
getting
story,
traction.
when we get to that part of the story, that's my favorite time.
Go for it.
We're gonna get there, and I have some statements to make, but we got to get through the Maryland campaign. We do.
He's got statements.
We have to suffer through the Antietam campaign.
Dude, you showed up at the studio today here wearing an Antietam sweatshirt.
It's the house that Eric built anyways, so
Yeah. Yeah, all right.
whatever I want.
Yes, let's take this moment to acknowledge and thank our
have
special
already.
guest,
Move
Eric
on.
Mohney, for building this beautiful room we're sitting in and the rest of my basement now. Thanks, buddy.
Well, you know.
My kids love it. Very happy with it.
But pushing into the Maryland campaign, Eric, what is the condition of the PA Reserves moving into this, coming off of a season of fighting? The Army of the Potomac is in rough shape, folks, as we've talked about many times.
The
in
Pennsylvania
62.
Reserves are in rough shape.
Exactly. So what is their condition going into the Maryland campaign?
Not great. Not great.
You heard it here.
These guys are
Excuse me, there's
captured
only
like left and
about-
right, or they're dead.
There's only about 3,000 of them.
Jeez.
Oh, my.
Yeah, and think about that. 1 year ago, there was almost 16,000. It was like right about 15,800 when they left the state.
It's beyond decimation.
There's 1/5
A lot.
of the division left now. Now that's of course not all battle casualties. You have the same problem with disease that everybody else does in the war, but still, that is a staggering amount of loss.
Staggering is not the right word. That's
like
monumental.
I said, during the 7 Days campaign, this division that accounts for 1/15 of the Army's combat power on the peninsula accounts for 1/5 of the Army's losses in the 7 days.
That's a stunning statistic.
It's incredible, and we don't talk about them. Like nobody really talks about them. It's starting to become a thing now, but God, for the longest time, all anybody was really focused on was, Robert E. Lee and Jackson, the 20th godforsaken Maine, things like that. The Irish Brigade.
All right, have
the
some
Iron
respect.
Brigade. I'm not
respect on my name.
I'm not
when you
putting
say
down anything that those units are doing, but it feels to me like for a long time they got a disproportionate amount of attention.
Oh,
right.
For sure.
Just as an exercise before, like when I was, doing my background research for this, I wanted to see how many books there were about the Irish Brigade, the Iron Brigade, and the Pennsylvania Reserves. I found two published volumes about the reserves as a division. Now, most of the regiments have their own individual regimental histories, but I'm not really counting those.
Okay.
The Iron Brigade has just about 40.
And just brigade studies?
Yes.
Wow.
And the Irish Brigade I gave up trying to count.
I do. That one I'm not surprised by.
There are an insane amount of academic works on those two units that I would argue don't have as much effect on the war in the East as a whole as the
Careful,
reserves
boyo.
do. Well, let's talk about it. We'll take the Irish Brigade,
All right.
Okay, they play a big part at Antietam.
Okay.
I'm not disputing that. They are heavily involved at Fredericksburg, but not a part of Fredericksburg that's any kind of a success.
Granted.
They get closest to the wall.
Well,
Yeah, but they don't get over the wall, and that's kind of the
It's
point.
part of the legend, Matt. It has to be true.
We're going to bring this up again when we get to
I know.
Fredericksburg.
I know,
But Matt,
I know.
back to your point, there are not very many of these guys left. You have John Reynolds is now technically the division commander. McCall, after the Peninsula, he does not return to the Army. He's an old man. Right, he's now 60 years old. His health is in decline. He ends up returning to Philadelphia.
He just murtaud.
And he doesn't live for very long after the war. So John Reynolds is the senior brigade commander in the division. He takes command of the division. But he doesn't go with them
Right.
on the Maryland campaign because Governor Curtin is losing his mind.
And that is an excellent description for it.
And he does it again in 63. And he requests that John Reynolds get sent back to Pennsylvania to take command of Pennsylvania's militia for the defense of the state. So John Reynolds is out of the picture for the Maryland campaign. George Meade takes temporary command of the division. You have Truman Seymour's in command of a brigade now. Conrad Jackson is in command of a brigade. And they go to South Mountain with
You said about
McClellan, yeah.
Yes.
I forgot his name.
Let me caveat briefly because, as I understand it, Governor Curtin had actually requested the removal of all Pennsylvania forces from the Army of the Potomac.
And that wasn't going to happen.
Who's that? Ed Stan's in charge at this point. He's like hell. Have you seen that Jason Bateman meme? The you are.
Yeah, that dog just ain't going to hunt.
Right.
So they compromise and send John Reynolds instead.
Right, exactly.
And apparently had the same effect. So they end up going to South Mountain with the Army of the Potomac, and they are very heavily involved with capturing Turner's Gap. They are basically responsible for advancing. What are we going to call that? The axis of advance is basically parallel to the Frosttown Road.
Correct. Yeah.
They more or less drive in Longstreet's left and center. Which, as Matt pointed out earlier,
Yeah.
They take the Frosttown Plateau, which makes Turner's Gap untenable, and Longstreet has to quit the gap.
Right. Specifically, Daniel Harvey Hill's division. Longstreet himself will not make it to the Turner Gap area until it's almost over. They basically help. They basically help hold the retreating forces and help them off the mountain.
But they lose fairly substantially at South Mountain.
Unfortunately, folks, this is a very difficult part of the South Mountain battlefield to get to, where the Pennsylvania reserves fought at. The Frosttown Plateau, or Frosttown Gap, as it's also known, is almost all in private hands, unlike the other three and better-known gaps on South Mountain.
Yeah, Foxes and what's the other one?
Turner's, Foxes, and Cramptons.
Yeah, Cramptons. Jesus,
Peter Frampton Crampton's Gap.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you feel?
They're then involved with the kind of pursuit of Lee down to Sharpsburg, and they end up being engaged on September 16th, which to my mind makes Antietam a 2-day battle, but
We just had another friend of ours discussing that.
Yes.
yeah, there is. It's not inconsequential skirmishing around the East Woods on the night of September 16th. And
Oh, no, it's big market.
The man in command of the rifles is killed on the 16th, Hugh McNeil. Hugh McNeil had originally raised Company D from Warren County, Pennsylvania. They were another company that they didn't take rafts. They took flatboats down the Allegheny River to Pittsburgh and then caught trains from Pittsburgh to Harrisburg.
What was their company's rallying cry? Give them the D.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't think that was it, but all right. So Hugh McNeil takes command of the regiment after Charles Biddle has had to resign to take his seat in Congress. He is congressman-elect in the fall of 61, the spring of 62. I think it's in January is when he actually resigns.
Right.
And Hugh McNeil is elected because at this point, the Pennsylvania Reserves are still electing their replacement officers. Most of the Army has abandoned this, but part of those terms where Pennsylvania would send the reserves to the federal government allowed them to continue to elect their officers.
So
Until late 62, when the reserves themselves actually say, hey, this is a really crappy system for doing this. We need to make this stop. Please make it stop. We don't want to do this anymore.
So up until that point, the breakdown is basically you can take the troops, they'll go with you wherever you go, right? And on the battlefield, they'll be under the various command structures, things like that. But administratively, Pennsylvania is still running this unit. Like, because, I mean, if they're still appointing their own...
Yes and no. I mean, Pennsylvania is not directly involved with the administration of the reserves
They just want to-
after they are mustered into federal service.
They just want to appoint the officers?
Pennsylvania is not appointing the officers. The men in the regiments are electing their own officers, and that was one of the terms.
Yeah, but isn't that like, aren't these guys... Oh, so the men themselves down to the...
Yeah, they're
the
having
rank?
regimental elections. Yeah.
Oh.
This is very common at the beginning of the war.
Yeah.
It's not really common after 61, except in the reserves, where it continues until late 62. And they finally say, dear God, make this stop. This is horrifyingly bad.
People like me, though.
So, anyways, Hugh McNeil ends up taking command of the regiment. He is not present on the 7 days. He took ill at Falmouth and had to be sent back to D.C. To recuperate. But he did catch up at Harrison's Landing. And so he is at Harrison's Landing when the rifles are coming back in at the end of the 7 days, weeping, just openly weeping and crying out, my God, where did my bucktails go? But
So Pickett stole that from him? That, you know, where did
I would say so, yeah. I'll give that win to the PA Reserves.
I knew it. I just wanted to...
So anyways, Hugh McNeil is killed in the East Woods on the evening of the 16th, and this enrages the Rifles. And they go full bore at Confederate skirmishers in the East Woods until it is too dark to see.
Right.
And some of those guys talk about not stopping until like midnight. When it is absolutely pitch dark and they are almost out of ammunition.
I understood skirmish fire to go through the entire night, and the fierce stuff went extremely late. I didn't realize midnight.
Mm-hmm. Now,
They talk about it basically Now, they also say that a couple of times during the course of the night, they're basically alerted and they exchange some fire again. But they like the continuous active skirmishing, at least according to them, kind of ends around midnight.
Right.
I'm just surprised that it's that late. I knew that.
Well, they're pissed, for lack of a
Though
better
they are
term.
absolutely enraged.
Yeah.
They loved Hugh McNeil, and when he was killed, it was on.
Little bloodlust
Like
there.
we like they want to avenge his death. Something fierce, and they try.
Yep. And that's the elements of the Texas Brigade are fighting there in the East Woods. That's a much larger area of the battlefield is being utilized on the 16th than we oftentimes think about. It's a big chunk of the East Woods, at times getting almost down to the Moomaw Cemetery, or Moomaw Graveyard, excuse me.
What's the difference
Between graveyard and cemetery?
in your distinction right there? Like you just corrected yourself.
One of them's consecrated, and the other one's not.
You also have graveyards tend to be family or parish based, where cemeteries are public.
Okay.
So yeah, I had to correct myself.
I wanted to learn that because I didn't know. Yeah.
So on the morning of the 17th, the reserves are occupying the East Woods. They are pretty well up in the trees.
They're all up in those trees.
The problem is these guys who are in the East Woods, about half of them are basically out of ammunition. Like the rifles don't. They're involved in some skirmishing very early on the morning of the 17th, but they run out of ammunition and they have to be withdrawn. So they are. The rest of the guys that are in the East Woods kind of hang out for a while, and they hold off some Confederate advances a bit. But the reserve's real claim to fame at Antietam is they basically stop Hood's division in their tracks.
Correct.
And if you want to lay that out, go for it, Matt. You're much better with like Cornfield and the Antietam stuff than I am.
Well, I think what's important to remember here, too, is we've also had a change in who the PA reserves are attached to, okay? Throughout the Peninsula Campaign in the 7 days, they were part of Porter's 5th Corps. They have been shifted to the 1st Corps Army of the Potomac under Joseph Hooker. Now, Joe Hooker's command, they're on the field early. They got there late in the day on the 16th. That's why the Bucktails are there to skirmish the night before. And so they're going to be there when this battle opens, are probably between 5:40 and 6 a.m. in the morning. Okay, it's just before sunup when things start to kick off. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And something that we were talking about, Eric, prior to the show, is that the PA reserves do not get enough credit for holding that 1st Corps line. Okay, we have 3 divisions in the 1st Corps. 2 of them go forward, Abner Doubleday and James Ricketts.
One of them did not invent baseball.
Correct. And both those divisions fight very well, but they get chewed up badly in doing so. And there is a major Confederate counterattack under John Bell Hood. Hood's counterattack is probably 2,000 guys, but they are slamming up against this very depleted pair of divisions and drive them back through the corn. And what Eric's referring to is the fact that just on the northern edge of the infamous Bloody Cornfield are 3 brigades of Pennsylvania reserves under the command of George Gordon Meade.
Snapping turtle.
Indeed.
That's right.
Indeed.
And, of course, many of our listeners are well aware of the heavy fighting around Antietam, and of course the losses to units such as the 1st Texas and the 6th Georgia both bleed incredibly in the cornfield and in the vicinity thereof, and that happens in large part due to the PA reserves. And in fact, the 1st Texas's flags, I didn't know if you wanted to get into that.
Go for it. Okay. You're already there.
When the 1st Texas goes forward, it's going to be hammered first by artillery that's just north of the cornfield.
Right.
And then as they get about halfway across, Meade has these 3 brigades rise up, and they just pour fire into the corn, and it will destroy the 1st Texas, essentially.
82%?
82.6, yep, percent casualties.
He threw that little decimal stank on
Crushing them.
82 wasn't enough for Matty B. He's like, I just want to remind you, it was 0.6. 82.6% casualties.
I've had so many guests over the years, sorry. I've had so many guests over the years who want to throw on those decimals because they're proud of the fact of the extent of the damage that this unit took.
Great. You guys got freaking killed.
Well, 13 color bearers are cut down going forward.
How many?
13.
Of the 1st Texas color bearers?
Yes. And what's interesting about this is the 1st Texas is one of the few Confederate regiments, and there's a handful of them, but they're one of the few Confederate regiments that has 2 battle flags.
Elaborate.
It's got its battle flag, as we know it, with the St. Andrew's Cross on it, and then it has the star, the Texas Star flag. Lone Star flag, thank you.
Yep,
God.
that one.
And those flags will be captured.
So
and they're going to be captured by the 9th PA Reserves.
Ooh, so they have their Confederate flag, and then they have their state Confederate flag.
Yep.
Correct.
And
or their state flag.
We took them.
Yep. And the 9th PA Reserves, the gentleman
These are ours now.
the gentleman who gets credit for that will get the Medal of Honor for it.
Really?
Yep.
Sure.
To be fair, a lot of people got the Medal of Honor during the American Civil War.
Certainly.
Some,
A lot of Pennsylvania Reserves got the Medal of Honor.
I was speaking more to the.
We're going to talk about some at Gettysburg when we get to that point.
I was getting ready to caveat it with some of them actually earned it, and then I was going to caveat I was going to make mention to the didn't the federal government ask some people to give them back after a while?
900 of them, I think.
They basically all got returned. When was that? The 1890s, I think it was.
And into the early 20th century. Yeah.
People did return them?
Oh, I think that was Wilson's administration that directed them to be returned.
That doesn't surprise me.
Wilson or Roosevelt? It might have been Roosevelt.
That sounds like a Roosevelt thing to do.
Basically, all of the captured colors, everything that was in the possession of the War Department at that time, they were returned to their states of origin.
Oh, no. Pat's referring to the returning of the Medals of Honor.
They handed a lot of those out.
Sorry.
In terms of, so one, we'll get into the Medal of Honor thing another day because it's not relevant, because I would rather make this mention. When we talk about the returning of captured items, it always brings me back to, regardless of how you feel about Jesse Ventura, the wrestler, the ODT member, or the politician, he's got one of the best moments in war possession, spoils of war, when Virginia wanted their battle flag back, stating that it was part of their history that Minnesota was holding on to. Jesse basically said, no, since 1863, it's been part of our history.
We took it. It's ours.
Yeah. And regardless of how you, I just kind of love that stank moment. We took it.
What you were referencing, though, Eric, was it was Teddy Roosevelt who in 1905 would order the captured flags home, and that's for both sides. And most of the battle flags, North and South, go home to their respective states, including the two that Pennsylvania was holding from Texas.
Is this done as a further reconstruction and healing moment?
It's supposed to be, conciliatory.
All right.
That's the word. Yep.
Thanks, Teddy.
Well, don't forget, his mother was a Southerner.
Right.
Oh, let's not. At that time, this is why the History Things podcast is open for all debates and
in the
conversations.
Confederate Army.
Dude, the guy that immediately follows him in the presidency is born in Stanton, Virginia.
Taft?
No, not Taft. Sorry, I always forget about Taft.
You were thinking Wilson.
I never give Taft the love, and he's the president during one of my favorite historical times in history. The 1912 sinking of Titanic. Right. Sorry, Tafty. I call him Tafty. He's my boy.
Oh, are you that close?
Yeah, him and I, we time travel back. Me and Jim Cameron, we get in Jim Cameron's time machine because Jim's got one, right?
The one that he goes to the bottom of the Marianas.
Yeah, we go into it's really a two-seater. People don't know this. I ride in the back. It's like you see. I'm so glad this isn't a visual show right now. Matt Borders of all people just did something gross. But to the point is, I guess it's accepting Taft. Wilson's from Stanton, and he's very sympathetic to where he's from.
Yeah. I think that's putting it mildly.
I want to pick and choose my slights today, Eric. Some at you, some at the Confederacy.
Well, but let's dive into some of the details, Eric, in regards to the fight there with the PA Reserves.
I feel like you kind of covered as much as I was looking to, honestly.
Oh, okay. Fine. Moving along.
Yeah.
Well, tell us a little bit about because we're about to have one of the big names from the PA Reserves get bumped up to Corps
you want me to talk about that? Okay. So
fine.
Hooker gets shot in ways. And and George Meade then has to take command of the First Corps, which leaves Truman Seymour in command of the reserves temporarily until Reynolds returns. Reynolds then takes command of the First Corps, and Meade goes back to commanding the reserves, and he retains that command until a little bit after Fredericksburg.
Do you think everybody at that moment was anxiously waiting on Reynolds the way Buford was anxiously waiting on Reynolds?
I don't think so.
You don't think it was the same anxiety?
I really don't. No. I don't even know if it was that much anxiety in the actual event. compared to the movie? I don't know.
I'm winking with you. We'll get there.
We will. So in the Maryland campaign, the reserves as a division suffer roughly 900 casualties, just under 400 at South Mountain, and about 570-ish at Antietam. So now we're back down to right around 2,300 guys.
Jeez.
In the division. This is a whole division.
That'd be a small brigade.
Right? These are small regiments at this point. And up until this point, the entire division is still homogenous. It's still only the PA reserves, period. What's going to happen, though, is the Army and the government realize that you really can't have a division that's got nobody in it anymore.
Yeah.
So what they end up doing after the Maryland campaign is adding, 2 regiments, also Pennsylvania regiments, the 121st and 142nd PA.
But these don't get reserve designations.
They do not, and they are only temporarily attached to the reserves.
Okay.
But we'll get into that here in a minute. So, McClellan does what McClellan does after Antietam. Then he gets fired. Burnside gets put in charge.
You mean McClellan puts a plan into motion that is working and he gets fired at the moment it starts to happen?
Look at you, Pat. It's like you've listened to what I've said.
I think the thing to focus on here is McClellan got canned.
He did.
While his plan was working.
Also
And
true.
As a consequence, Ambrose Burnside takes command of the Army of the Potomac. He does what he does, and we move to the Fredericksburg, Virginia area.
Yes.
Now, at this point, Meade's division, the Pennsylvania Reserves, are part of Reynolds' First Corps, which is assigned to Franklin's Left Grand Division.
Right.
Interestingly enough, on the left of the Army of the Potomac at Fredericksburg, which sits basically right in front of Jackson, who is Lee's right at Fredericksburg. Franklin and Burnside are going to confer the night before the battle. They are going to come up with a plan, or what Franklin believes is supposed to be the plan, for a dawn attack. Burnside apparently disagrees at some point during the night, but he doesn't really let Franklin know.
Yeah, he writes
He
a note that's like, more to come.
Well, yeah, and I mean, when they finished conferring, because they did that in person, Burnside had told Franklin, orders are going to be forthcoming. Well, orders are going to be forthcoming
When?
basically throughout the entire night and into the morning. And so there is no dawn attack. Spoiler alert. What ends up happening is, what would you say, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning ish?
Right around there, if not slightly later.
Between 7 and 8.
They start to move forward. Meade's division, unsupported at this point. They get to the old Richmond Railroad bed, which is basically, it's like halfway between Jackson's line on Prospect Hill and the Rappahannock. It runs right straight through this wide open area. I don't really want to call it a field, but it kind of is. It's kind of on the big side.
If you're out there trying to place this on the battlefield, it's not Marie's Heights.
No,
it's the
it is
other
not.
part of the battlefield,
Right.
the part you probably don't visit when you go to the battlefield.
This is going to be the part that's partially successful.
Right. Known as Slaughter Pen Farm today.
Yes.
But the reserves aren't at Slaughter Pen Farm.
Right.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on. They get out into the field. They are basically along the old railroad bed for the Richmond Railroad. And John Pelham, who is in command of at least part of Stuart's artillery, takes a single gun out into a field and starts plugging away at Yankees. And every time the Yankees get his range, he just packs up and he moves somewhere else. And we repeat this process. And he kind of delays the reserves' advance by about an hour.
Kinda. I mean, he stalls the entire Federal Army for a while.
Fine.
Like, you gotta give the due where it's due. The guy in the gun was extremely effective for a short amount of time.
He was. And Stewart's like begging him while this is happening, please withdraw your gun. Like several times he's basically telling it.
Pelham's like,
dude,
nah, fam, look at
you
this
need to
work I'm
pack it up.
doing.
And so Stewart ends up sending a second gun out to try to take some of the heat off of Pelham. And so it's wild
Pelham's
to say,
doing
but
work, though.
there are two guns running around in this open space that are plugging away at Yankees and just like confounding.
They just had no idea what to do with it.
But eventually they get those two guns are
gotta go.
driven off.
Yeah, they gotta go.
And so Reynolds, who's in command of the First Corps, is directing his artillery to start bombarding more or less suspected positions.
Directing them personally.
Yeah. It probably isn't the job of a Corps commander, but all right, fine.
We're getting there in a minute. Little teaser.
So the artillery plugs away for about a half an hour, maybe an hour. And they report to Reynolds that they have crushed Confederate positions, which is absolutely incorrect. And so Meade is directed to advance. And so the reserves get up. At this point, they have advanced a little bit beyond the old Richmond Railroad bed. And while this is going on with Pelham running around in the field with his gun, just making noise, they are laying in the wide open field trying to take cover as much as possible, like trying to make themselves as much a part of Mother Earth as they can. Once this pre-assault bombardment is completed, they get up and they start to advance. And as it turns out, Reynolds' artillery hadn't done anything because there's roughly 50 guns along Jackson's line that open up on the reserves, and they are slaughtered in the open. The only thing that really saves them from ceasing to exist as a division is they reach what was then the current railroad. The Richmond Railroad had moved to the south a few hundred yards. They get behind this railroad embankment, and they are facing Archer's brigade from Jackson's corps.
So a bunch of boys from Tennessee.
Right. Tennessee and Alabama. Yeah.
Alabama.
This is Conrad Jackson's brigade is directly in front of Archer. You then have Sinclair and Truman Seymour, who are off to Jackson's right, and Conrad Jackson, not Stonewall Jackson.
Right. Yes.
There's a couple of Jacksons involved here. It's the Jackson 2.
There's only one. It was the Jackson 5, first of all. Everybody knows that. Secondly, there's...
Not at Fredericksburg.
Right.
It was just a pop culture joke, gentlemen. Jeepers Creepers.
I thought mine was better.
I liked it.
There's more than one Jackson during the war. Just want to state that.
So this advance of the PA reserves, there is a very good history of the reserves that's written immediately after the war. And it's one of the few, apparently, after your research, Eric, that's been written on the reserves. But there is a fantastic quote that refers to this attack as they're moving forward. It says, "Once more the PA reserves must lead the Army of the Potomac into battle." It's just this, let's go get them sort of feel to it.
You think you guys are the tip of the spear?
They are at that point.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very much so.
Interesting.
Because, I mean, even the assault on Marie's Heights is only just barely beginning.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, this is really like the first.
This side of the
major
battlefield
advance.
gets going before Marie's Heights fight. Absolutely.
So what ends up happening is Conrad Jackson and Archer are slugging away at each other. Archer's behind some kind of field fortifications that they've built along Jackson's line. Not the greatest, but you know, it's better than nothing. Standing up in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Right. While they're occupied with each other, to Archer's left is Maxie Gregg's South Carolina Brigade.
No, the pirate hat.
And they are doing nothing, curiously. They have actually stacked arms while this is happening, which is baffling to me.
Sucks to be those guys.
Yeah. So the other two brigades, Sinclair and Seymour, see this gap to Archer's left, and they make a run for it. They squeeze themselves into the gap. They get on Archer's left flank. Archer is now being enfiladed, and he starts to withdraw. And so the reserves turn their attention to Maxie Gregg's right flank. The 1st South Carolina, which is on Gregg's right, they see this movement happening, and they grab their guns because they're stacked at this point, and they start to blaze away.
They have their rifles stacked right now?
They're stacked.
What?
Yes. They are doing nothing, legitimately nothing. They are resting. They apparently have not figured out that immediately to their right is a whole lot of people that don't like them with guns. So the 1st South Carolina starts plugging away at the reserves, and Maxie Gregg actually rides up to them and tells them to cease firing because those are friendly troops that they're firing into, which is absolutely incorrect. But they stack their arms again, which does not go well.
What?
Yeah, and Maxie Gregg's line is rolled up.
Yeah, because they can't freaking shoot back.
Yeah, as it turns out, like, if you're in a battle, it's better to have like your gun in your hand
than in the stack.
than, like, leaning up over there somewhere.
I defer to you. You would know.
Yeah,
I would not.
Well, I was never dumb enough to stack my gun.
But it sounds like a hole is forming in the Confederate lines. It sounds like a hole is forming.
That's
in
weird.
We might even
Stonewall
say
Jackson's
a
line.
breach.
A breach is occurring in the stone wall.
That cannot be.
It's happening, and it's happening. So, and this is my moment. Matt, this is our moment. Matt, since you shared it with me, I'm going to share it with you. This is our moment, the Fredericksburg story. I like it because I like to consider, a lot of what ifs, not so much for the glory of the what if Jackson had been at Gettysburg or
he would stank a lot.
Yeah, he'd have been dead and rotted and gross. But more the legitimate what ifs, like what would have tactically been different? What would have, not so much on a personal glory level, but just like, for instance, at this moment right here, right, we have essentially
what could have changed?
2 battles of Fredericksburg that are playing out. We have the Battle of Fredericksburg at Marye's Heights, which is not going well for the Federal Army at all.
It would continue to not go well.
Yeah, and that's where the
decidedly poorly.
The lore of this battle basically lies, is in the action over at Marye's Heights. But the other side of this is that over near the railroads and Jackson's line, like there is a hole that is punched through in Stonewall Jackson's line that if it wasn't for Jubal Early, and you could argue John Fulton Reynolds, which we'll touch in a second, you could argue that this turns into a completely different battle and potentially a completely different war.
Yes.
Because I'll ask you the what if question now or let's set the stage before I ask the what if question. So basically, Eric, we said that John Reynolds was directing artillery, doing so personally, right?
Yes.
Right. This is
very much taking an active role in personally directing the fire of batteries.
So this is a normal thing for a Corps commander to do, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, except not.
I was going to say, there was sarcasm on that one,
Yeah, so
folks.
except not. So by doing this, he's obviously not focusing on the traditional roles of overall command that he needs to be.
Yeah.
Right. So this line, this hole gets punched, right? It's the Pennsylvania reserves are punching in.
It's a division-sized hole.
It's huge.
In Jackson's line.
Not to undercut it. It's a massive,
It's a pretty big hole.
it's a massive thing. And Meade knows that his guys, in order to have achieved this end, they have just suffered greatly in the process.
Oh, yeah.
And like any hole that gets breached, whether the guys have suffered going in or not, it needs to be immediately supported and reinforced by additional, more fresh troops. So Meade goes, he's calling for reinforcements, right, Eric?
He is.
And nobody comes.
No, they don't.
And there's a lot of reasons for this, but one of the big ones is, and this is why I ask you the what if, is, so one of the reasons this happens is because the reinforcements that are available to come in, specifically one group of them, are in command of a guy, Birney, who has previously been reprimanded to oblivion for sort of moving autonomously without Corps level permission.
Right.
And he doesn't want to get chewed again. So he sees what's going on. He knows the value, and like Meade comes up to him basically, and they're literally Meade is old snapping turtling his head, choo choo, chomp chomp, and he's basically saying, "Get your ass in there to support me and my guys and everything." And Bernie's like, "I can't until I have permission from Dad." That's essentially what he's saying. He needs core level approval. Yeah. And nobody knows where Reynolds is, right? Because Reynolds is, like Eric said,
he's playing with his guns.
And this is a problem because the time is of the essence. The breach has occurred. Like, nobody is exploiting it.
Something needs to happen right now.
One of the greatest tongue lashings in history occurs. George Meade, has a reputation for being the old snapping turtle. He's a sharp dude.
Doesn't seem like a happy person.
Bernie will tell you in this moment how sharp he was because apparently every bad word known to man at that time was slung at him by George Meade. And I think it's who eventually is the unit that gets moving to try to.
It's Gibbons' division.
It's Gibbons' division that gets in there. And what's unfortunate is the opportunity is lost because all this time of non-support coming in here, Jackson's able to get to Jubal early and say. Like this should have been happening on the federal side. Get your ass in there.
Get there now.
Plugs the hole, which he does, and the battle goes the way we know. So the what if is what if the Federals had been able to exploit this breach, like with reinforcements?
If they had legitimately exploited this breach, Jackson's line collapses, which then means that Longstreet is entirely untenable. Because they don't have to deal with coming across this open field that's being dominated by this terrain feature that the Confederates are holding. They're essentially on the terrain feature. They just need to move in that direction. And that Longstreet's line either A, has to quit the field or gets rolled up.
This is one of the more realistic what ifs.
This is one of the more frustrating moments in reserve history, and these guys write about it.
Oh, because they see it.
They know what's happened. They know that they were sent in unsupported. They created a breach, the only breach in the Confederate line at Fredericksburg, of any consequence anyways.
Essentially, they knew they were going to be
And they know that they're slaughtered because somebody wasn't paying attention.
Right.
And that's really what it comes down to. The people that were there that could make decisions weren't paying attention. And these guys are slaughtered on Prospect Hill because of it. Because they don't, Early's division doesn't just show up and these guys are like, oh, time to leave. They stand there and fight.
Right.
They try to maintain this breach. And they are being hammered from three directions.
Right.
But there's nothing they can do about it. They are already halfway out of ammunition by the time Early shows up. They've already lost a substantial number of casualties during the initial part of the assault. They can't hold it back, right? It's like the proverb about holding
the finger in the dam.
Holding the finger in the dike.
Yeah.
Right? That's only going to last for so long. So Gibbon starts getting moved forward to their right, but by the time Gibbon is getting to the slaughter pen farm area, it's too late. Early's already there. Early is already assaulting against the reserves, and they are starting to collapse because they're being shot at from everywhere.
Right.
It's too late.
So the what if ends, right? Because none of this happens.
Right. Now Bernie, to his credit, wanted to go.
Right,
and keeps telling Meade, I want to go, I want to support you, but I don't have permission to do so. When Meade says, I will take charge, I will take the consequences, whatever they be, damned, go, he does go. But it's too little too late at that point. Right. Gibbon has already moved forward or has begun to move forward. Bernie would also come up, but they are basically going to be recovering the withdrawal of the PA reserves.
The initiative is lost.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
they basically fight an action to allow the reserves to extricate what is left of themselves.
Great word usage.
It's a coverage, for sure.
I try.
And then you think about that, right? Like, like and there's a bunch of things that in context could have made that even bigger, right? Burnside just stole a march on Robert E. Lee. He lost the initiative himself by allowing him to catch up. But,
absolutely.
It showed that, hey, Lee is not infallible. In fact, one of our commanders, you could arguably a gumpy one in Burnside, just stole a march on him and might have beaten him, right? Let's say, okay, you let him catch up, but like this breach is exploited. You might have beaten him at this battle. You're very close to Richmond, and you wouldn't have just beaten him at that point. When we were talking about the progress of momentum might have just turned that into a borderline double envelopment of the whole army in Northern Virginia. They would have just been collapsing down on themselves, which could have been potentially a annihilation of the army as a fighting force.
Sure. Or at the very least, they have to withdraw to Richmond, which turns into a siege
early,
and they're not going to win that.
Right.
Especially at that point in time. So, it's one of the what ifs, but it's a big one because the Pennsylvania reserves are asked to do the impossible, and they do it, and then there's no one there. And as Eric said, it's not like a complicated or convoluted or whatever you want to describe it. It's a very simple reason why. Yeah. People weren't paying attention.
I don't know, Eric. I think you're starting to get a convert there out of Pat.
I
was pretty pro PA Reserve.
I give due when credit's due. Just jumping back, I did give Pelham a moment.
Sure.
And this is, the Pennsylvanians are due this moment.
Sure.
They're
Yes,
due
they
lots
are.
of other moments.
Most definitely.
But in seriousness, they are due this moment because Fredericksburg is an absolute show of description from the federal perspective. And these guys get glossed over entirely in the blood of Marie's Heights.
Yep.
And
well, there's a movie about that one. Part of a movie.
Part of a movie. Yeah.
Dude, it was a very realistic part of the movie and it had very sad Irish music, okay?
Yeah.
It did have that.
It
Yep.
was, yeah.
What's the...
Lucky Charms accents and all.
You go to hell and damnation!
So the reserves go into Fredericksburg, we said, with about 4,500 men. And this includes the new regiments of the 121st and 142nd PA. They suffer 1,853 casualties for 41%. 41% of the division is no longer there. And if you deduct roughly what the 121st and 142nd PA are contributing at this point, how much of the reserves is left?
Right.
1,800?
Do you have reserves for your reserves?
No, this is it.
You are the reserves.
There's like 1,800 guys left. We're down to like just slightly over 10% of what the division started out with. And so the Army of the Potomac goes into winter quarters at Falmouth. All right. And see there, is it Falmouth?
Falmouth.
Yeah, they go in at Falmouth.
There's a lot of F words or F names. That
There is right around the
In our
Rappahannock.
friendship, there's a lot of F words.
Yeah, well, not that kind.
But Falmouth, yes.
And Governor Curtin and a lot of the northern governors start petitioning the War Department to send regiments home to try to recruit losses. And Curtin proposes this system to the War Department whereby 10 Pennsylvania regiments at a time would go back to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for a recruitment and recuperation and refit period to try to, get some people in, because the whole division basically accounts for like 2 early war regiments.
Do we need bodies quickly?
The War Department says no, that's not going to happen. So they end up staying with the Army of the Potomac. They go on the Mud March, such as it was. And in early February, I think February 5th, the reserves are pulled off of the line and they're sent to the defenses of Washington, essentially for the same purpose.
Right.
They want to try to refill these regiments with some bodies because they're running really low on that. So they miss Chancellorsville because they're in the defenses of Washington. And all this time they're doing guard duty. They are actually working on improving the defenses of Washington. They are involved in the construction of some earthworks and finishing a couple of forts, I believe. And they get to this point where there's roughly 4,000 of them now, maybe 4,500. The 121st and 142nd Pennsylvania had been pulled from the division when they left the Army of the Potomac because they haven't been chewed up enough yet, apparently. So they stay with the Army. They end up in the 1st Corps. They fight on the first day at Gettysburg as part of Cutler's Brigade. They do good work. So now we're back to just the reserve regiments. And, well, what happens after Chancellorsville? Lee gets a wild hair. And
Lee gets his big britches again. Yeah, he gets his big britches on again. I thought you learned the first time, Bobby.
Nope, we got to do it again. So the Pennsylvania campaign, or the Gettysburg campaign, begins.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a Gettysburg guy.
That's okay.
We don't hold it against you.
And the reserves are still in the defenses of
very much
Washington. They're not with the Army of the Potomac at this point. And they really want to be. So there is a petition that is started by the 2nd Reserves that is sent to the War Department, basically begging the War Department, please let us go to the Army to defend our home state. At the same time, Reynolds and Meade are both asking the War Department for reinforcement. They both are requesting specifically the reserves be attached to their corps. When the War Department relents, they are sent to the 5th Corps, which up until this point of the campaign only has 2 divisions. So the reserves are made the 3rd Division of the 5th Army Corps under George Meade. They leave the defenses of Washington around June 20th. They start heading northwest. They catch up to the 5th Corps around Taneytown, and they approach Gettysburg from the east on July 2nd. But part of the condition that the War Department laid out for the reserves being allowed to leave was that one of the brigades had to stay. So the 2nd Brigade remains in the defenses of Washington. And this is where their path diverges from the rest of the division.
Right.
The 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 8th Reserves are part of Horatio Sickles' brigade. They stay in the defenses of Washington. They end up being sent to the Valley after the Gettysburg campaign. The 7th and 8th Reserves eventually, I think it's March or April of 64, rejoin the rest of the division, but the 3rd and 4th Reserves never do. They fight in the Valley. They end their term in May of 64 with the rest of the division. Their last battle is Cloyd's Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And what's left of them, the guys who re-enlist, get rolled into the 54th Pennsylvania. And so the 3rd and 4th cease to exist. The 7th and 8th have rejoined the rest of the reserves and do good things. So at Gettysburg, like I said, they're part of the 3rd Division of the 5th Corps. They arrive on the field late morning of July 2nd. The Corps is being held in reserve around the Powers Hill area.
Well, hold on. We're skipping over some big moments in.
Are we?
In maybe even they might not be current Pennsylvania reserves, but alumni history for the Pennsylvania reserves. Which I wanted to start. Okay. I wanted to start with a question to Mac. I didn't realize the 5th Corps was spread out over such a large section of Frederick County. Because if they're, and I know that like the 5th Corps were famously with the 20th Maine, as you like to talk about them all the time.
Other way around, but okay.
Right, exactly.
We'll talk about them in a minute.
But they're up in Taneytown. These guys are catching up with the 5th Corps at Taneytown. But Meade's whole promotion to command of the Army of the Potomac happens down in Frederick.
Right. So I actually have a list of ways that the reserves are involved in Gettysburg that don't actually involve the reserves advance.
Oh, you're in command of the entire army?
Yeah, Meade is in command of the entire army at this point. So there's...
I'm sure Reynolds loves that moment.
John Reynolds is in command of the 1st Corps. And we'll get to the other ones as we get into the battle. But, Meade takes command of the Army of the Potomac more or less the morning of June 28th.
Yep.
Yeah.
because Hooker has stepped on his own crank and threatened to resign if he didn't get his way, and the War Department said, cool, we're going to call that.
Lincoln's like, filing that one. Do the paperwork. He's gone. He gone.
Oh, you're going to tender your resignation? Cool.
Accepted. Yeah.
And George Meade is then given command of the
Hooker's
army.
like, wait,
He has
no, I didn't mean
absolutely
that.
no say in the matter. He is not particularly thrilled about the prospect of taking command of the army on the eve of battle. They don't know that they're going to be fighting on July 1st at Gettysburg, but they know where this is going.
Right.
Oh, sure. If you have Lee in the north, you're going to run into him eventually,
At
and Lee's
some
going to
point,
fight you
there's
for
going to be a fight.
Yeah.
Theoretically, I think Meade would have preferred it be here in Maryland along the Pipe Creek line, but that's not what happens.
Could you imagine if we were sitting on a battlefield right here? Like, this could have been the Gettysburg battlefield. But,
My understanding of it is the Pipe Creek line didn't extend down here to Union Bridge. It was more to the north.
sorry, I was thinking of Little Pipe Creek.
Yes. Well, that's understandable. That's right here near
That's
town.
right here near town.
Yeah, I know. I cross over it every time I come here.
Eric, it was a joke.
Remember that disclaimer at the beginning of the episode where I said it was socially awkward? Yeah. So here we are.
2.5 hours in, it shows up.
Is it really that long already?
No, it's only been 30 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So we're not going to get too deep into Gettysburg, even though I would love to. We just really need to get this moving. So the gist of it is on July 1st, 1863, John Buford is in command of a division of cavalry, which is picketing around the western and northern boundaries of Gettysburg, kind of out a couple of miles in each direction. But he runs into problems with Harry Heath, who is commanding a division in A.P. Hill's Corps.
I thought they surprised him.
Surprised whom?
Harry Heath.
I don't think he was surprised.
But they said, let's go surprise Harry Heath.
Oh, well, yeah, okay.
I thought you said you wanted to talk about Gettysburg.
I don't want to talk about the movie, for God's sake.
Oh.
There is a difference.
You mean there's more to the battle than the movie?
What ends up happening is John Buford is trying to delay Confederate advance into Gettysburg to allow enough time for infantry to come to the support. There's some debate as to whether or not Reynolds actually intended to fight at Gettysburg, or if he was to draw Confederates south of town towards some high ground that's like just on the north side of Emmitsburg.
Yo, how are you guys going to let your state get invaded by Bobby Lee? Especially after we already showed you that.
You guys opened the door.
Yeah, but
they had to go
we
through
closed
Maryland. You closed it, and they still got through. Yeah, okay, all right.
I'll let you two fight that out.
What's Governor Curtin got to say about this?
To be fair, we're winning. We only got invaded once. You guys got invaded twice.
Three
times.
Stop yourself right now.
4 times.
Four times.
61.
Oh my
1 in 61.
Jackson takes Maryland Heights in 61 when he takes Harper's Ferry.
I don't consider that an
Aw.
incursion into Maryland.
It's
though.
named Maryland.
I get it.
It's in Maryland.
It lives in the same technicality of my Army Navy Harper's Ferry world. I get it. It's a fact.
Moving on.
You move on from it.
Reynolds is killed early on July 1st, probably around 9 a.m. as he's posting the Iron Brigade, which is not the first brigade on the field. Nope, not at all.
You're taking a shot at your own people, not my people. with
Well,
that.
I mean, Confederates took a shot at him, and he caught it with the back of his head.
You're right.
So John Reynolds is dead, and this leaves a kind of a power vacuum on the battlefield, which is eventually filled by Oliver Howard, who also not just Doubleday, who is in temporary command of the First Corps because Reynolds is in wing command. Howard also doesn't know the plan. And so Howard is of the assumption that Reynolds, and Doubleday is also under the same assumption, that Reynolds is intending to fight at Gettysburg. So Howard brings the entire 11th Corps forward. He orders Dan Sickles with the 3rd Corps to come up as well. The Third Corps is not involved in the first day's fighting at
Uncle
Gettysburg.
Dan.
They don't get there in time. They arrive late in the evening on July 1st. So the 1st and 11th Corps do good work. West and north of town, numerically, it's, I think, the 14th largest battle of the Civil War.
Just the action north of
Just
town?
the first day at Gettysburg counts as like the 14th largest battle
Wow.
of the entire war. It's actually a bloodier day than July 3rd is.
Yes,
Right?
I knew
Pickett's
that.
charge and Pickett's division gets absolutely decimated. Well, it is worse on July 1st, a lot worse. So, anyways, the 1st and 11th Corps are withdrawn south and east of town. They occupy heights everybody calls it a fishhook shape, and it kind of is. But it basically runs from Culp's Hill along the Baltimore Pike, northwest a little bit to Cemetery Hill. It curves around from the line facing roughly northeast to the line facing west on Cemetery Hill. So they've made a hook there, and then the line is going to eventually run south from Cemetery Hill to the area of the Round Tops, right? Little Round Top is supposed to be Dan Sickles left on July 2nd. Supposed to be. Over the night of July 1st and into July 2nd, you have the 3rd Corps comes up. The 2nd Corps comes up. The 12th Corps arrives, and then the 5th Corps arrives late morning of the 2nd. In the morning, Meade, who's in command of the Army, directs Dan Sickles, who's in command of the 3rd Corps, to occupy a line extending from Hancock's 2nd Corps from their left south along Cemetery Ridge, and to occupy Little Round Top if possible. This is a long line, and Dan Sickles has only come to Gettysburg with 2 divisions. There's only 2 divisions in the 3rd Corps. It is legitimately too long of a line for him to occupy, probably. It's also a poor line for the employment of artillery.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it is low, swampy ground with woods in front of it. Not a great spot. And this is vexing Dan Sickles to no end. And I think what vexes him even more is he
Not
keeps,
being in command of the Army of the Potomac.
Well, I don't know if it's even that so much.
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what you were going to say.
He is asking Meade for clarification for what his position is supposed to be, and Meade is essentially ignoring him through the morning, and in the early afternoon, around about noon, 1 o'clock, Dan Sickles takes it upon himself to advance his entire corps about a quarter of a mile ahead of the line that he's supposed to occupy, and takes a position that there's some good points and bad points to it. And I'm not going to argue about the propriety of Dan Sickles' decision.
Not today, you're not.
No.
We'll have you back for that one.
But no matter what happens, or no matter what he's thinking, this is what happens. And there's this massive gap between Sickles' right and Hancock's left. A massive gap. You could walk a corps through it. This is a problem.
And Longstreet's heading
A
that
bigger
way.
problem, exactly. But again, Sickles doesn't know that's coming when he makes his decision.
Right.
Nobody knows that's coming because nobody has any idea where Longstreet's court is. They've just got there. So he moves forward. He occupies what's called the Peach Orchard line now, with Birney and Humphreys divisions. They don't have enough people to occupy that line. Longstreet shows up with Hood and McLaws divisions. This is an even bigger problem because Longstreet now pushes himself far enough to the south where he is sitting basically astride Sickles' flank and proceeds to drive it in. while this is happening, George Meade, who is now aware of what's happening, starts to send as many guys as he can find to that end of the line to shore it up. He sends Caldwell's division of the 2nd Army Corps. He directs Henry Slocum to pull everyone, the entire 12th Corps, off of Culp's Hill, which doesn't end up happening. One brigade stays, but the rest of Geary's and Williams's divisions are pulled, which opens up Culp's Hill for bigger problems, but not the object of our story today.
No, and we'll do the Culp's
and
Hill
he
biggest
directs-
charge weight at some point too.
And he directs the entire 5th Corps from the Powers Hill area to that end of the line. And George Sykes, who's now in command of the 5th Corps, basically sends his division in like numerical order to the fight. The 1st Division of the 5th Corps shows up first. 2 brigades, Tilton and Schweitzer's, are sent to the area of the wheat field. The entire division was en route to the wheat field. You can debate how this actually played out, but one way or another, Strong Vincent's brigade is split off from Barnes's division and sent to Little Round Top because Gouverneur Warren, who is at that point the chief engineer of the Army of the Potomac, is on Little Round Top. He sees what's happening in front of him.
He's
knows
standing on the
that
rocks.
somebody,
shouldn't do
rock
that.
Theoretically, the rock that his statue occupies now is the rock that he was on.
Didn't he see the sign? Don't stand on the rocks.
Well, I mean, it wasn't there yet. A lot of people miss that sign even now.
Yeah,
That's
you'd be
part of my.
surprised.
That's part of the irony of my joke. Is like it's
that's
a
good.
big sign. It is-
Remember social awkwardness?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Here we are again.
Don't stand on the rocks. Just want to make that clear again.
Behind Barnes's division is Ayers' division of regulars, the regulars division,
Here's
which
Avenue.
a lot of people neglect to recognize that there's 2 brigades of regulars and 1 brigade of volunteers in that division. So it is not homogenous in the sense that it is only regulars.
Sure.
The regulars end up fighting in the wheat field. Doesn't go very well for them. They're pretty soundly crushed.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Yeah,
Didn't go well for a lot of folks in the wheat field.
No, it didn't. But behind Ayers' division is Caldwell's division of the Pennsylvania Reserves. So, like we said, John Reynolds has been moved to 1st Corps Command. George Meade had taken command of the 5th Corps.
Well, Reynolds has now been moved to dead.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the beginning of the campaign, but all right, yeah, Reynolds is definitely dead. Samuel Wiley Crawford is now in command of the division. Samuel Crawford had graduated from the University of Pennsylvania in 1846. He then graduated from the University of Pennsylvania's medical school in 1850. He then takes a commission in the regular army as a surgeon, and he remains a surgeon into 1861. He is the surgeon at Fort Sumter during the bombardment of
an
Fort
interesting
Sumter.
connection.
Yeah, there's
He's got a fun little story down there, Matt. Do you know about Crawford's little Fort Sumter story?
I'm not sure if I do.
He's a Union man. So the short version, because the details, it's been a long time since I've heard or even told this story, but the short version is he's not really thrilled with the surrender and the handover, and he's on the island or on the fortress island when the official handoff and everything takes place, and I guess a couple of the Confederate presence there. I don't know if they're officers or enlisted. I'm not sure, but they go to grab a couple bottles of whiskey off the shelf of his little doctor's office, and he's got something to say about it. He's been talking some smack for a little while, but some barbs are exchanged, and I guess there's some confusion over one of the bottles, and it's not a bottle of whiskey. And Crawford realizes this and chooses not to say anything since he's not happy with this moment. And one of these Rebs takes a huge swig. I'm just going to say it's formaldehyde because I'm not sure what chemical it really is. It might be formaldehyde, but apparently Crawford just sees this guy about to do himself in, lets it happen, and takes this huge swig of this. Guy gets sick all over his office, and they draw a gun on him, and they're like, "Why didn't you stop him?" And he's like, "Well, I just basically," I says, "you know, I wanted to see him throw up." F you guys.
Oh, good for him.
He's got a statue of him holding a bullet-riddled flag at Gettysburg now.
He sure does. Yeah.
But yeah, so I always, whenever Crawford gets brought up, that, you know, I love the people stories.
Mm-hmm. Crawford has an interesting involvement with the battlefield at Gettysburg and how that comes to be, but we'll talk about that afterwards. So what ends up happening is Crawford's division moves up to the northern slope of Little Round Top, around where the Wheatfield Road crosses over it. The Wheatfield Road now is there in 1863. It's just paved now.
Paved now, yeah.
Doesn't have a giant boulder in the middle of it like it used to. And as he's coming up onto Little Round Top, Chamberlain and Vincent's brigade fight on the south end of the hill is starting to come to a close. But Crawford he ends up being ordered more or less to direct a brigade from his division to go to their support. So he does. He orders Joseph Fisher's brigade, the 3rd Brigade, to move to the south end of Little Round Top to help shore up Vincent's line. He pulls the 11th Reserves from that brigade to remain with McCandless's 1st Brigade on the north slope. And McCandless's brigade comes into line as the regulars are being forced, almost routed out of the wheat field. And that's a whole nother subject as to how that happens. It's not great. It's very unfortunate. But as the regulars are coming back across Plum Run, back up Little Round Top, McCandless's brigade is here. They are arrayed on the north slope. From right to left, it's the 6th, 11th, and 2nd Reserves. I'm sorry, 6th, 11th, and 1st Reserves. There's a second line staggered to the left rear of the brigade. That right to left is the 2nd Reserves, and then the Rifles. The regulars clear their front, and Crawford orders a charge because there are at least the remnants of 4 Confederate brigades that are coming through the wheat field to what is at that point more or less a gap in the Union line, and Crawford's bound and determined to stop it. So McCandless's brigade fires a volley into Confederates who are just at the base of the hill, and they start streaming forward. As they are getting across Plum Run, Confederates who are occupying Devil's Den to their left are firing into the left flank of the brigade. Crawford needs to do something about this. So the second Reserves and the Rifles are then pushed off to the left of the brigade to deal with that problem. Mostly the Rifles end up dealing with it. At the same time, the 6th Reserves on the right flank are taking fire from a log house. There's a log house there. It's part of the Weikert farm. They need to do something about this because this log house is now to their right rear, and they can't have this happening. So a guy named George Mears from the 6th Reserve takes 5 other guys with him, and they go clear out this log house. They capture about a dozen Confederates, and for that, they are all awarded the Medal of Honor. In total, the Reserves get 7 Medals of Honor.
Wow.
At Gettysburg.
Wow, that is
6 of them are from the 6th Reserves. The McCandless's brigade forces the Confederates back across the wheat field, and they basically halt their advance on the eastern edge of the field, and they stay there in line overnight. The rifles who are on their left are skirmishing with Confederates that are occupying the Devil's Den area in Rose's Woods. Their commander, Charles Taylor, is killed, shot through the breast, dies pretty quickly, not immediately. He has enough time to speak, but he's dead just the same.
Was it a transfer of command that he was speaking about, or
no,
final wishes?
It was last words.
You got me.
His
Sons of bitches.
So there is a marker. There is a marker for him placed in 1878, and it is potentially the first marker outside of the National Cemetery that's placed at Gettysburg.
Oh, that's interesting.
The only reason I say potentially is because the marker on Little Round Top for Strong Vincent is placed the exact same week, and nobody said what day each of them was put up.
Got it.
So, in any case, the bucktails on the left are dealing with Confederates in the woods and in the rocks through the course of the night. In the morning, they try a couple of times to send one or two companies at a time to try to clear Confederates out of Devil's Den, but the force is just too strong. And post Pickett's charge,
Matt can tell you the force is often strong.
Indeed.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, indeed. So after Pickett's charge, Meade is on Little Round Top, and he's conferring with George Sykes and some other commanders. Samuel Crawford is present. He then directs Crawford. Well, he directs Sykes, who directs Crawford, even though Crawford's standing right there.
He's like, dude, I heard you.
Yeah, exactly. To clear out Rose's Woods and the Stony Hill beyond the wheat field. What he wants is a reconnaissance in force to explore the idea of potentially taking the Confederates in flank after Pickett's charge. So about 5:30 in the evening on July 3rd, McCandless's brigade advances. The 6th and 11th Reserves advance up to the area of Stony Hill. They capture 2 guns that are being used by the Confederates, but Confederates only report the loss of 1 gun at Gettysburg. So it's believed that these 2 are guns that had been captured from a federal battery the day before and are being retaken. All right, so at about 5:30 on the evening of July 3rd, this is, post Pickett's charge and post Farnsworth's charge, right? On the south end of the field. After Farnsworth's charge, McCandless's brigade advances. The 6th and 11th Reserves advance through the Weikert Woods and into the Stony Hill area. They drive the Confederates out of Stony Hill. They probably recapture 2 guns. They do capture 2 guns, but it's not entirely clear where those guns came from. The Confederates only report the loss of 1 gun at Gettysburg, and it's not that one. I suspect it's 2 guns that were captured on July 2nd from the 3rd Corps Artillery. The other 3 regiments, the 1st, 2nd, and 13th, clear Rose's Woods on the south side of the wheat field. In the process, they captured the colors of the 15th Georgia in Rose's Woods. So James Thompson of Company G, 13th Reserves, is awarded the Medal of Honor for capturing those colors. They clear out Rose's Woods. They advance to Devil's Den. They clear out Devil's Den. And then the entire brigade is sent forward to basically the Emmetsburg Road around the Peach Orchard area. That kind of ends their involvement in the battle. But what's kind of neat is Company K, the 1st Reserves, was from Adams County.
So local boys.
Yeah, Gettysburg is the county seat of Adams County. And a lot of these guys are from Gettysburg. So on the evening of July 4th, these guys are withdrawn to behind Little Round Top. So like the Tawnytown Road area behind Little Round Top. And they go into bivouac. Company K is not officially allowed, but is allowed to go home for the night. And they do.
So
That's
not
wild.
not by orders or official, but the commanders
wink,
are
wink, nod. The company commander's like,
they're like, be here in the morning.
I'm going to go visit my parents tonight. Maybe you guys want to too.
Yeah. So that's a whole lot of be here in the morning, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they do. They return minus one kid from the town I live in now, Bendersville. He does not return and is picked up as a deserter in August.
What happened to him?
So Henry Eldon is 16 in 1861. He's one of 5 brothers. There's 5 Eldons. All 5 of them end up in the army at various points during the war. Henry's the first one to go. He's the youngest. He takes off, he runs away from home, and he joins Company K. Company K, or the first reserves, including Company K, were actually organized in Westchester. So he goes basically to Philadelphia to join. He goes through the war. He's president. He's present at all of their engagements. At Gettysburg, he goes home on the night of July 4th. I don't know why he doesn't return, but he doesn't. He just skips out. He gets picked up in August. He gets returned to his company, and Henry Minnick, who is the company commander, actually pleads his case to have the charges dropped, and they are. Henry Eldon then re-enlists as a veteran because over the winter of 63 into spring of 64, the Army has this re-enlistment push to try to, keep men in the
Beef
Army.
itself back up.
Henry Eldon is allowed to re-enlist at that point. Long story short, he is captured at Bethesda Church, which we'll talk about later. He is sent to first Andersonville and then Salisbury, North Carolina, and dies in prison in November of 64.
At Salisbury?
Yeah. Buried in an unknown grave at Salisbury. His other 4 brothers are all buried in the Bendersville Cemetery. His brother Thomas ended up enlisting in Company G of the 138th PA.
Hey, there you go.
Yep. He was mortally wounded at the Wilderness and died a month later in hospital, was brought home to be buried. Their other brother, Joseph, was in the 209th Pennsylvania and was killed at the breakout at Petersburg on April 2nd, 65.
Oh.
So
close.
3 of 5 sons were killed during the war. The other 2 brothers were both in Company F of the 165th PA drafted militia. They were like a 9-month regiment in late 63.
Drafted.
Didn't see any action. But the other 3 brothers all died. So anyways, Henry Minnick, who's again the company commander, he also goes home. His parents live on West Middle Street in downtown Gettysburg. West Middle Street is still in a contested part of town. It's still partially occupied by Confederates. And he talks about having to basically dodge bullets as he's going to his parents' house on the corner of Washington and Middle Streets. He dives into the side yard of his parents' house and enters the house from the back. His parents and his sisters are in the basement, which is where most people in town went.
Does he scare the bejesus out of them with his arrival?
So he comes in, it's dark, right?
Oh, further
They have
scaring them?
absolutely no idea that he's coming, of course. He walks into the house, he meets his sister. I'm sorry, he meets his mother. His mother can't see his face, doesn't recognize him, and he is asking her for food. And she she gets him some chow, and his sister's the one who recognizes him, and his mother basically lays into him for scaring the hell out of her.
Does he not say mama or something like that?
No.
So I mean, so
Apparently,
he
he was like
it.
just letting it go until she figured it out.
He totally deserves that.
Oh, I was worried you were going to say he got blown away by his dad or something.
No.
Well, that would be my concern, is that there's some other John Burns out there in Gettysburg with his gun is like, oh, you picked the wrong cellar to walk into today.
Nope. He rejoins the company. He retains company command until the end of the war, or the end of their term of service.
Existence as a reserve.
He actually is almost captured himself at Bethesda Church in the same incident that Henry Eldon was captured. But I'll talk about that when we get there. So we've kind of not talked about Fisher's brigade.
All right.
Right. We've followed McCandless's brigade through their actions. Fisher's brigade on the evening of July 2nd, like I said, is sent to the south side of Little Round Top to help shore up Vincent's line, or at this point Rice's line, because Vincent
is dead.
Not dead yet, but he's
on his way.
Yeah, he's
headed
close.
there.
He's mostly dead.
Everybody knows what the score is. And this is where we get to the part, one of the bigger contributing factors for my dislike of Joshua Chamberlain.
Oh.
And we'll discuss that. But Fisher's brigade basically arrives at the end of Chamberlain's bayonet charge, right? Which is not this.
Where they were swinging like a door?
Yeah. And, if you watch the movie, it looks like they're at a dead sprint for at least a half a mile. And it's really about 100 yards.
Also, coming down those hills with those rocks, like, you're lucky you don't break your own legs.
Indeed. Fisher's brigade holds there because they don't have any other orders. But it gets to the point where they are then directed to go with Chamberlain up Big Round Top to occupy Big Round Top, which they do. Chamberlain's men go first, and this is where my opinion of Chamberlain starts to drop. Chamberlain says that Fisher refused to go up the hill because his men had insufficient arms. And to me, that sounds like these guys showed up without enough guns. Like, that doesn't make any sense. They had insufficient arms. What does that mean?
They were shot in the bloody armpit.
So I've heard this repeated multiple times, how the Confederate Army at Gettysburg still had like a large percentage of their men armed with smoothbore guns, which is relatively true. And the Federal Army was basically entirely armed with rifled muskets at this point. And at least with the Pennsylvania Reserves, this is not true. At least half of the division is still armed with 1842 Springfields.
In 63?
In 63.
Well,
really?
I mean, the 9th New York Heavy has them in 64,
Sure.
so.
But that makes sense because their main existence is away from the need of fighting men on the daily line.
Yeah, that's fine.
To include all of Fisher's brigade. Fisher's brigade is entirely armed with smoothbore 1842 Springfields. And so Fisher, in his report, states that he and Chamberlain worked it out to where the 20th Maine would serve as the skirmish line for this demi-brigade because they were armed with rifled muskets, which anybody with half a brain would prefer to have that on a skirmish line than smoothbore guns firing buck and ball. Mm-hmm. Chamberlain doesn't remember it that way.
Of course he doesn't.
So one way or another, they all end up on top of Little Round Top. Right, the 9th Reserves are in the swale between the Round Tops. The 10th Reserves are to their left. They have one of the cooler monuments at Gettysburg. The whole thing, base and all, is cast bronze. It's gorgeous.
Which monument is this?
Oh, I don't know if I've ever been there with you.
I haven't been anywhere.
It's on South Confederate Avenue. If you're on South Confederate Avenue, it's a one-way. After you get past the parking area for Big Round Top, it'll be on your right-hand side.
You and I have only done day one stuff.
Okay, well, we'll have to fix that. The 5th and 12th reserves are the ones that end up on top of Little Round Top, and they have monuments up there. They're actually pretty cool monuments. One of them is they're both essentially. It's not an obelisk because they're round, right? But it's shaped essentially like an obelisk, and one of them has like chiseled garland wrapped around it. It's a really neat monument, but nobody ever sees it because it's on top of Big Round Top, and nobody ever goes up there. At some point during the course of the night, the 5th and 12th reserves are fired at. Chamberlain says that the reserves fired into his regiment. The reserves say that they were fired at. Probably by the 20th Maine, because there really aren't any Confederates up there at this point.
How does the 20th Maine even have ammunition?
Well,
because they banned that charge.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
Just gonna move past it, moving past it.
What really helps Chamberlain's case for how he is remembered for Gettysburg
Is himself.
is the fact that there was nobody left alive that could dispute what he was saying. Strong Vincent is dead. James C. Rice is dead within a year. The fellow in command of the 16th Michigan, dead within a year.
Matt, can you corroborate this as our resident Michigan expert? Is he dead?
I forget his name.
He's
I
certainly
can't
dead.
recall his name off the top of my head either.
The
But he's
captain who is in command of the 83rd Pennsylvania dies 1872, 73-ish, pretty shortly after the war. And so Chamberlain, interestingly, begins his writings in the late 1870s.
He's got like a 40-year
And they get
runway.
more and more grandiose. And the other thing that helps his cause is the War Department, when they start to publish the official records in 1883, discover that they are missing Chamberlain's 20th Maine after-action report for Gettysburg. So he gets a redo.
Oh.
Chamberlain's report, as published in the official records, is a rewrite from 1883, 20 years after the fact. So he's had
Shut the
20
front
years
door.
to sit around and think about this and say exactly what he wants to say after he knows what everybody else has said. But what comes back to bite him in the ass is about 5 or 6 years ago, a copy of his original July 7th report was found in a desk in the Maine State Archives and is now published online so anybody can read it.
So here's my question.
And it is
Awesome.
vastly different
So
than
first,
what he
believe
writes
that.
20 years
first
later.
question was going to be
I'll
that.
believe
First question was going to be different or not. How different? Second question is going to be, is there an official correction of the record now?
No,
Why?
because that would take a reprinting of the freaking official records of the War of the Rebellion.
The version that gets printed now is essentially a facsimile copy of the original ones.
Print a addendum to go with it.
It's,
That's volume 51.
yeah,
Yeah, there was an addendum volume. It's 51. So they're
also old.
also.
I'm just saying.
It
If-
hasn't happened.
If you could find a publisher who would be willing to reprint the entire 120 volumes,
well, there's a publisher that Savis Beatty
I was getting ready to say, there's that dude in
reprints
Gettysburg.
just the Gettysburg,
just the Gettysburg,
series.
yeah.
Every once in a while, they just reprinted it not that long ago.
So,
No, you're good. It's not going to get changed,
right?
Because at least for this, there's much less effort than there would be to
Let it go.
edit it and change it. Especially since all you have to do is Google it. Like you can find it. It's up wide open in public on the interwebs. And I have it favorited on my phone, so I can go to it.
All right.
when
If
I
we
want
can't
to
change the
dispute.
original record, why can't we change our interpretation? I mean, we can personally, we do, but like, why is that not taking more?
I'm certain.
Well, there was a movie made
right,
30 years ago.
Okay, but it's 30 years ago now.
and
but
40
it's
years
still
ago, a novel was
incredibly
written.
popular. like I'm a Gettysburg guy, so I see these things. There are so many people who come to Gettysburg whose only real exposure to the battle is from the movie.
Sure, absolutely.
I hear it and I see it all the time. People talk about things that happened in the movie as if they were actual honest to Jesus fact. And I'll give the movie this. It does a really good job. For what it is, it's pretty good. It's entertainment, right? And you're trying to tell the story of the Battle of Gettysburg in 3.5 hours.
Right.
Right. I think the director's cut's like 4 hours.
That's the one I have.
Right. So I have big beef with some things, like their treatment of the first day is essentially this knockdown, drag-out fight between Buford's cavalry and A.P. Hill's infantry, right? You can't support that. Like,
right.
there's not factual evidence that will support that. It's a delaying action. Buford's division suffers 7% casualties, and that includes the regular brigade that fought out at Fairfield on the 3rd, and on the south end of the battlefield on the 3rd. It's just not there. It's also only about an hour and a half long, but if you just go off of the movie, Christ, it happened all day. It lasted all day. And the First Corps shows up, and 5 minutes later, they run away. Right? They don't talk about the 11th Corps at all. They don't talk about Cemetery Hill, which is arguably the most important position on the battlefield. The second most important position is Culp's Hill. They don't even say the name of it.
Right.
Period. Like,
Buford held the high ground.
In terms of like tactical importance, Little Round Top is pretty low on the list. You can't do much with it if you're a Confederate. Its only value is for the Federal Army to hold it, to do exactly what it did, and spoil an attack up the Emmitsburg Road. Anyways, Fisher's brigade gets shit on by Chamberlain. I dislike Chamberlain because of it. He spends the post-war years talking very poorly about Fisher's brigade, and Fisher is not around to defend it. And that's where we are. So Fisher's brigade is occupying the top of Big Round Top with the 20th Maine and the 83rd Pennsylvania from Vincent's brigade. The 118th Pennsylvania gets moved up there at one point. They have a really neat monument up there too.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
That's a really cool one.
Yeah, that's the Corn Exchange Regiment.
Yeah.
Another really interesting regiment with some interesting stories.
Sounds very Midwest.
Have you ever heard the
corn,
the pigs with the wounded in the wheat field?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that story comes from the 118th PA.
Oh, really?
That comes from a lieutenant in Company E, I think, who was wounded in the wheat field. And he talks about through the course of the night, these hogs, a lot of people call them wild hogs. They're not. They're domesticated pigs that haven't been fed in a couple of days because people have been around shooting,
right?
And nobody's coming to slop them. And they got out of their
So they're eating the dead?
They are. According to this lieutenant, they are rooting dead bodies. And
pigs are omnivores. They love meat.
He says one especially large fellow approached him to do the same to him until he stuck it with his sword.
Like, I'm not dead, you jerk.
And he's basically the way he tells it, he's basically holding off pigs from trying to eat him through the course of the night.
How Vietnam-like.
Right. Yeah.
Like, there's tigers in the trees. Well, there's in Gettysburg, there's pigs in the trees.
The Second Reserves have a story about shooting Confederates out of trees on July 3rd. They talk about E.M. Woodward wrote it. He was the adjutant of the regiment at the time. He wrote the regimental history, and he calls them tree frogs, right? But these are essentially Confederates who have climbed up into trees in Rose's Woods and are firing at the Second Reserves, and they are not having this at all. And so they get these like little groups of guys together, and one of them will distract the dude up in the tree, and the other guys will get to the base of the tree and then just plug him.
I say cut the
from
tree down.
underneath. And he talks about one guy who sees this happening, and he says, "Okay, I'll come down." And the guys respond, "We know damn well you'll come down," and they shot him through the trees anyways and left him hanging upside down in the crotch of a limb.
Not happy were they?
There's a story that comes out of the 6th Reserves. Private Cole goes forward of the regimental line on the morning of July 3rd. They find this horse tied up in Weikert's woods. They bring the horse back, and he takes it upon himself to mount the horse bareback and ride it up and down the brigade line, impersonating the brigade commander, which apparently is incredibly amusing to everyone, but even more so when he gets thrown off of the horse. And everybody who sees this apparently dies laughing, including Confederates on the opposite side of the wheat field.
What about the guy that got thrown? Did he die?
No, he was fine.
Everybody's dying laughing while this guy's dying
No, he
from
was
a head
fine.
wound.
He was fine. But yeah,
Was he really, or are you just saying
No,
to
yeah, no,
shush
he
me?
was fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I also know you could just be like trying to shush me.
No, he was good. He was good. There is
No damage. He was fine.
there is a particularly unfortunate incident on the evening of July 2nd. After they've occupied this stone wall on the eastern edge of the wheat field.
You said he wasn't at Gettysburg.
Whom?
Oh, God damn it, Pat. Stonewall.
Oh, for God's sake. A wall built of stone.
A stone fence, if you will.
A
Stone
boundary
Fence Jackson.
Mudwall Jackson. He's a real one.
So the rifles are on the left flank of the brigade line, and there is a battery of artillery to their rear, potentially Battery L, 5th Ohio. Or I'm sorry, Battery L, 1st Ohio, who are firing at Confederates in Rose's Woods and the Devil's Den area, and they miss once, and it lands in the line of the rifles. Wounds 7 guys, kills 2 outright. One of them is a guy named Samuel Spear from Company B. Gets his arm taken off, and he jumps up and starts running in a circle, yelling, "I won't die, I won't die," and drops stone dead, bleeds to death.
Right.
Very unfortunate incident. So that kind of wraps up their involvement in the Battle of Gettysburg. I mean, they're with the Army through the pursuit of Lee back to Williamsport and into Northern Virginia. After the war, Samuel Crawford buys a pretty sizable chunk of property in Plum Run Valley. If you go to Gettysburg today, and you find the intersection of the Wheatfield Road and Crawford Avenue, and you're looking south along Crawford towards Devil's Den, the property that he bought was essentially from that point on the north end to just south of Devil's Den, and all of Houck's Ridge to your right, which included Devil's Den at the time, and to the left, along the base of Little Round Top. So he owns basically the entire, what comes to be known, the Valley of Death.
Yeah.
And he holds on to it until, I think, 1891 is when it's sold to the GBMA, which is the Gettysburg Battlefield Memorial Association.
Did he try to put the railroad through the Valley of Death?
No,
or was that somebody
that
else?
came after.
Okay.
No. So his intention is to put, he calls it the Pennsylvania Reserve Memorial Hall. Excuse me.
A whole hall?
A hall. It's massive.
Yeah, halls are massive.
I have the concept drawing, and it is huge. This giant granite and steel structure that is supposed to serve a couple of purposes. One, it's supposed to be the monument for the Pennsylvania Reserves, just as a whole, as a division. It's also supposed to serve as a museum and a repository for records and whatever else anybody wants to contribute to it. But it's supposed to be on his property in Plum Run Valley. Now, there's some people that I've talked to that think it's supposed to be on the north end of Little Round Top. I don't believe so. He didn't own that property. He did own Houck's Ridge. I think it's supposed to be on the part of Houck's Ridge where all of the regulars' monuments are located now. I'm pretty sure that's where it was supposed to go. It couldn't be in the lower area because it's a swamp, and just like the dude in, Quest for the Holy Grail, he would have built it and it would have sank into the swamp.
Good reference.
But this gets nixed. The original proposal is in 1888, Pennsylvania authorizes $1,500 per regiment for monuments at Gettysburg. What they want to do, the reserves that were there, they want to pool their money together to go towards funding this memorial hall. They also petitioned the legislature to authorize more funds for it because it's for damn sure going to cost more than what they can put together from that. It gets denied pretty soundly by the legislature. It's appealed. It ends up before the Attorney General of Pennsylvania in May or June of 1889, who disapproves it as well, saying that it's not in keeping with the legislation, which is supposed to be monuments for individual regiments, not entire divisions. And if they really wanted to pursue this, they would get $1,500, period. Like, as a whole. Like, if they really wanted to chip in together, they were only going to get one lump sum of $1,500.
What they should have done,
which definitely wasn't going to cover the cost.
What they should have done was taken their $1,500 each as a regiment and then pooled it.
That's what they tried to do, and Pennsylvania denied that.
Really?
Yeah, because it wasn't like they didn't just get paid $1,500 to the Regimental Association. They were allocated up to $1,500. But to get that, you had to send the receipts to the committee for this, and the committee would pay them, but only up to $1,500. Anything that was over that, the regimental associations were on the hook for.
You got to cook the books better than that. You got to get that money.
Well, Dan Sickles did.
Yeah.
The whole damn battlefield was my monument.
So in September of 1889, there's this event called Pennsylvania Day.
Every day is Pennsylvania Day in your world.
And what that was supposed to be was the day, is actually 2 days, September 11th and 12th, 1889. All of the monuments for Pennsylvania regiments at Gettysburg are supposed to be up and dedicated on September 11th and then turned over to the state, and then the GBMA September 12th. That doesn't happen for the reserves. Like I said, they got disapproved by the Attorney General it's either May or June. That's not enough time to design, contract, get it cut, and a monument erected to be able to dedicate it. So they have their own separate Pennsylvania Reserves Day in 1890. And I've seen exactly one Veterans Medal for Reserves Day. And I really want the damn thing, but I'm not willing to shell out $400 worth of scratch just to get it.
That's a lot of money.
But it's an interesting process. The same thing occurs for Antietam, right? The reserves they're not included in Pennsylvania Day at Antietam.
That's very interesting.
The 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 8th reserves have their regimental monuments. They're at Antietam at what farm is that?
That's Poffenberger Farm.
Yeah, the Poffenberger Farm. I don't know why specifically, but they're not part of that. The rest of the regiments from Pennsylvania theoretically all dedicate their monuments on Pennsylvania Day. The reserves have their own. And there's this series of books that the state put out around 1900 that it's Pennsylvania at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania at Antietam, Pennsylvania at Chattanooga and Chickamauga, the 77th Pennsylvania at Shiloh, because they're the only Pennsylvania regiment with a monument there. Pennsylvania at Salisbury, Pennsylvania
Salisbury,
at,
wow.
yep,
Like a prison book?
Pennsylvania at Andersonville. And then there's another volume, the 2nd Brigade of the Pennsylvania Reserves at Antietam, and it's just the reserves. And what these are monument dedication proceedings, speeches. Some of them have regimental histories, like the 77th PA at Shiloh is their regimental history. But because that book would have been like a 10-page pamphlet otherwise, because they're the only ones there. Some of them talk about, like the whole design and contracting process, like Andersonville and Salisbury. They get really deep into like who designed this monument, who was contracted to make various parts of it and erect it and all that stuff. Really cool stuff. But yeah, there's a separate one for the reserves at Antietam. Now, Pennsylvania at Gettysburg, they're included, but that's because the volume, at least the volumes that I have, were printed 15 years after the fact.
Sure.
So they just compiled them all together.
Eric, with the monumentation at Gettysburg, for the PA monuments, is that on top of the money that Pennsylvania is already giving out to its individual regiments for monumentation, for just those guys who fought at Gettysburg? Because I was under the impression it was somewhere in the 2,200 range that the state offered to each of its regiments.
It may have been that much for Antietam.
Okay.
It is $1,500 per regiment for Gettysburg.
Interesting. Okay.
Now, each of these battlefields have their own separate legislation for monumentation.
Right.
And I haven't really dug into the other ones because it's kind of outside of my scope.
Right, of course.
But being a Gettysburg person, like, this is something that is within my wheelhouse. But I do know that it is for sure $1,500 per regiment for Gettysburg.
Wow. So if this is the end of the Gettysburg story for them, where do they go? They're still 64?
So they're still with the Army of the Potomac. They are engaged in the Mine Run campaign at Globe's Tavern, which doesn't go well for the Army of the Potomac at all.
Not really.
They do participate in the Overland campaign. They do fight at the Wilderness, Spotsylvania Courthouse. They're involved in North Anna, specifically Bethesda Church. Bethesda Church is May 30th, 1864. They are at the end of their term of service. So at the beginning, I said there was going to be issues with mustering out dates, right, because of when they entered the state service and then the federal service. This is the time where they're having problems.
Oh, it's go time now.
Yeah, in the winter of 63, 64. So we're talking like February, March. Governor Curtin is trying to figure out when the reserves are going to be mustered out because they still haven't decided on a date yet. So there's some negotiation. The War Department doesn't want to let them go until they've reached the 3-year anniversary of their mustering in date. But these guys enlisted for 3 years in the state service, right? So their argument is, well, it should be 3 years based on that.
Right.
And there's a fair amount of back and forth. And what ends up happening is the 9th Reserves are mustered out. I think it's May 9th or 10th of 64. They're the first regiment that goes home. The rest of them, what it was initially agreed upon was May 1st. And the government changed its mind and made it June 1st. So the 9th Reserves goes home. There was an issue with them where it was going to end up turning into a mutiny probably. And so they just said, okay, fine, go home. Remember I said the 3rd and 4th Reserves are still out in the valley. They're mustered out the same day the rest of the division is, and all of their re-enlistees get folded into the 54th PA. And that's where their story continues. The rest of the division right? They participate in Bethesda Church May 30th, 64. This is their second to last day in active service. And it doesn't go great. There are quite a few guys who ended up being captured, guys who are on their second to last day, who are going to go south to various prisons and will end up dying well after their term of service was over. Henry Eldon, right? Now, he had re-enlisted, but he was captured with two other fellows from his company. What had happened was Company K, the 1st Reserves, had been kind of isolated. They had decided to take a nap, I guess. Seems to be a common thread. And these guys wake up, and there are rebels on 3 sides of them and closing in behind them. And so Henry Minnick, who's in command of the company, basically orders them every man for himself, and they take off. And Henry Minnick, George Penzel, who plastered my house in November 1871.
Oh,
and,
yeah?
Yeah, he signed his name in the plaster up in the attic, too.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
Yeah. George W. Penzel plastered this house November 1871. It's neat. He's buried right up the hill from my house.
Wow.
There's this group of 5 guys. It's Henry Minnick, George Penzel, Henry Eldon, and 2 other fellows whose names escape me right now. They're the last ones to go. And Henry Eldon and the 2 fellows whose names I can't remember refuse. And their reasoning is they won't be shot down like dogs, is what they say. And so they stay put, and they're, duly captured. Henry Eldon dies. The other 2 survive, but Henry Eldon dies in prison. So this is the end of the reserves, in name, at least. So all of these guys who had re-enlisted as veterans, there weren't enough of them to allow the division to continue. The legislation also from Pennsylvania also wouldn't allow it to continue. This was 3 years of the war, period. So what ends up happening is the 1,700 or so men who volunteer as veterans get rolled into the 190th and 191st Pennsylvania. And the 1,200 men who are left,
1,200 men.
1,200 out of almost 16,000 who didn't re-enlist, go home to Harrisburg, and they are mustered out of service.
That's 1,200 men.
1,200. This is a devastating 3-year period for this group of men. Absolutely devastating.
Unbelievable.
What makes it even worse is the 190th and 191st fight on, and they are almost entirely captured at Weldon Railroad in the fall of 64. And they've already ceased to exist in name. They have now basically ceased to exist as a body. There is almost no one from the 190th and 191st who escapes the Weldon Railroad. They are almost entirely captured to a man as regiments. Now, the regiments continue to exist till the end of the war, but they're primarily replacements. A lot of guys from the 209th Pennsylvania. I see a lot of men from the 114th PA that get transferred in. These are guys from other regiments that are either disbanding or draftees or late volunteers that get pushed into these 2 regiments to make them functional.
Right.
But almost all the 1,700 men that stayed in the Army end up going into captivity.
This is an incredibly unique story. I've heard a lot of different sort of top to bottom, follow this unit, that unit, Civil War stories. I don't know if I've ever heard one on a division level.
Right.
Because, most people don't operate on the divisional level. You get the brigade stories and things like that. And,
Sure.
And even there, you sort of parse them into the regiments that consist of the brigade. But this is phenomenal just to have been able to follow a division essentially from start to finish, you could say.
Almost 16,000 men. Wow.
It's mind-numbing. We use this a lot to describe warfare, which warfare truly is, I guess, a number of adjectives, but it's mind-numbing. 1,200 men is a just completely dead stop statistic.
Less than a tenth of what left Pennsylvania goes home. Less than a tenth.
But the moments they're a part of, though, are incredible. I mean, at one point in this conversation today, we were talking about they could have potentially opened the door to the end of the war in December of 1862.
Right.
There are 3 reserves who are physically present in the McLean house when Lee surrenders. Truman Seymour, Edward Ord, and Samuel Crawford. They're all 3 in the McLean house when Lee signs the papers.
And George Meade's outside somewhere.
Yeah.
Probably staring very sternly at somebody.
He actually gets pretty emotional that day from some of the accounts I've read.
Yeah.
I imagine that was probably the most emotional day for a lot of people in their entire lives.
Oh, certainly.
Eric, I had a great time with this chat today, man. I know that you are Modest Mohney, as I call you, but I know that you put a lot of effort into this, and dude, it shows. You know your stuff in general.
Most definitely.
You're super prepared today, and you did an awesome job, man. So thank you for hanging out with us to tell me a little bit about the Pennsylvania Reserves.
I will always take the opportunity to proselytize about the reserves.
There you go. You had a company of the first, was it? First PA Reserves?
Company K?
Yep.
From Gettysburg.
No, from your town.
Oh, Company G, 13th Reserve.
13th Reserve. I'm sorry, First Rifles, yes.
Yeah.
Is it due to that drew you to this story?
Originally. So when I started getting into Civil War stuff at a young age, and
so say we all.
In my area, there are a lot of things that are named for the bucktails, right? There's a road that goes from St. Mary's to Emporium, Pennsylvania. We call it Bucktail Trail. That's the name of it in town. The whole highway is called the Bucktail Highway. And I think it's like 100 miles long or something like that, but the whole length of it is named for the bucktails. The reenactment group that was in the area that I grew up in were bucktails. And so when I got into reenacting, I got into the bucktails. I also knew at a young age that one of my ancestors was a bucktail, but not in the first rifles in the 149th Pennsylvania, which are the second bucktails.
Right.
So wait, something's just popped into my head. Is Lincoln rolling around with the detachment of bucktails?
Yes, but not from the reserves. So what ends up happening is during the Peninsula Campaign, it's decided that Pennsylvania, so the rifles have got such a reputation, and they did legitimately at the time, and even in the post-war period, really up until like the 50th anniversary, you see a lot of people writing about the bucktails who weren't even in the bucktails, but they refer to them all the time. These guys were really famous. They have such a reputation that Pennsylvania figures, well, if one's good, then a whole brigade's got to be great. So Roy Stone, who is the major of the First Rifles, gets sent back to Pennsylvania along with what was his name, Langhorne Wister, who was the captain of Company B.
Wow, what a name to just pull out of the
thinking the
desk.
same thing.
And there are photos of him later war, and it's only ever the side of his face because he got shot in the face at Gettysburg, and he always had his photo taken from the opposite side because the scar was like horrifying.
Is that where
I
the
guess.
expression "get my good side" comes from?
Possibly.
I'll take that win for the reserves.
Dude,
There you go.
So they get sent home, and they are after the 7 days. They get sent back to Pennsylvania for recruiting duty, and they recruit the 149th and 150th PA. There are supposed to be 4 regiments of bucktails in this brigade, but the Maryland campaign happens, so they stop it. And the 2 regiments that are recruited then are sent to D.C. and are brigaded with the 143rd Pennsylvania. And they fight as a brigade until post-Gettysburg, when the 1st Corps is rolled into the 5th Corps.
Right.
And there's some other units from the 5th Corps that end up in that brigade with them. They do hard service too. The 149th PA loses 74.7% of the regiment on the first day of Gettysburg. It's their first battle.
So is it the 149th that's escorting Lincoln around?
That is Company K, the 150th.
Okay, Company K, the 150th.
Yeah. During the 7 months that they were in D.C. prior to the Chancellorsville campaign, they were detailed, the regiments were detailed to these different guard assignments. And the 149th PA ends up, a lot of them on these small detachments guarding various hospitals and hospital wards around the city. And the 150th's in the same boat. One company of the 150th gets sent to the soldiers' home.
The cottage.
Yes, exactly. Lincoln starts to develop a relationship with these guys. It's not Company K, though. I can't remember which one it is offhand. But as Stone's brigade is being sent to the Army just prior to the Chancellorsville campaign, Lincoln requests a company from the 150th to remain at the soldiers' home as his personal guard. And they do. Company K is never in active service. They are always in D.C. And if you watch the movie Lincoln, then you pay close attention. There's the guards in the hallway of the White House. If you look at their hats, they're all wearing bucktails because those guys did some research. They are not present at Lincoln's assassination.
Right.
They were basically told to go away. Yeah.
I remember that I took a trip down to the cottage, and when they show you a bunch of visuals, one of the visuals you get is of a reenactment of somebody playing Lincoln, riding. So here's my favorite part. Lincoln used to ride his own horse to work, and mostly would do it unattended before the bucktails show up. And at one point things got a little too serious, and that's where the bucktail conversation started happening. But they show a scene of these guys, and I was like, what the hell is that in their hats?
Yeah. Yep.
The freaking bucktail.
Yep. Those are the 3rd bucktails. And there's some post-war arguments amongst the regimental associations. The 1st Rifles don't want to have anything to do with the 149th PA or the 150th because they had taken to calling themselves just bucktails, and they didn't believe that
you haven't earned
they should
that
do
name.
that. They always felt like they should either refer to themselves as the new bucktails or the 2nd and 3rd bucktails.
Did you cut this tail off a deer hanging in the window of a butcher shop across from the enlistment depot? No, you're not a bucktail.
But this isn't an issue during the war. The 149th PA actually presents a color to the 1st Rifles, and it exists in the state flag collection in Harrisburg, presented to the 1st PA Rifles by the 149th Pennsylvania Volunteers, and it has the date and some stuff in the canton, which the 1st Rifles carried for the rest of the war. And because they didn't initially have their own colors, the 190th Pennsylvania carried it as their color until Weldon Railroad.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not until I think September of '64 is when the 190th and 191st actually get state-issued colors. But by then, most of those dudes are in captivity.
Right. Jesus.
Yeah.
What a story, brother. I'm happy to have finally worked this one out, to have gotten you here into the studio you helped us build, to finally tell a story that you are passionate about. I know that a lot of your experience in the Civil War historical community has existed behind the scenes. But, it's sometimes behind the scenes where the brightest lights shine, folks. And
oh, how poetic,
dude,
Pat.
come on. I get every once in a while, I get a hit. I get a hit every once in a while. But I'm very happy that we worked this out because
I'm glad you guys had me on.
Yeah, man. From the day I met you, I knew that you were passionate about this story. And usually, when people are passionate about something, they do a good job talking about it. And
exactly,
bravo to you. You did a fantastic job with us today. So, Matt, any final words on the Pennsylvania reserves in the Civil War before I take us home here?
No, just again, Eric, thanks for being with us. Again, a fantastic presentation and really shining a light on a group of regiments, a division of regiments that honestly doesn't get enough credit sometimes. So this has been a fantastic discussion.
Absolutely. Well, we thank you all for hanging out with us here on the History of Things podcast. Remember to support our show sponsor. If you want to hang out with us here on the show, hang out with us on social media at search for the History Things podcast on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. You can search for Matt on his solo endeavors at Matt Borders Books on Instagram. You can follow me on the trifecta as well, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube at History Things with Pat. Eric, where can people follow along with your various works?
So I have a couple of business accounts for Von Dedham & Co., one on Instagram and one on Facebook. It is VON DETTUM and Co.
You ever going to do anything with Civil War stories again?
Maybe. I'm working out in my mind whether or not I actually want to do that right now. So maybe by the time this comes out, that'll still be a thing. Maybe not.
Well, if you go looking for Civil War stories on Instagram, the guy behind the account has been our esteemed guest today. Fantastic writer, researcher, and interpreter. So, you can keep up with the way Eric goes about his work in that. You can buy fine leather goods from him.
Yes.
He's really good at making chaps, I found. When I go riding horses, the chaps Eric made me are my favorite.
Chaps and cuffs.
Oh man, it's always a pleasure having friends on the show. So for our guest today, Eric Mohney, for my co-host Matt Borders, I'm your host Pat McGuire. You are listening to the History Things podcast. We are grateful for you all every day. Thanks. We'll catch you all later.
Have a good night.
On Facebook and Instagram at the History Things Podcast for all the latest news and exclusives. Make sure to also follow Pat and Matt on their social medias at History Things with Pat and at Matt Borders Books. Have a question, comment, or compliment for the show? Send us an email at historythingspodcast@gmail.com. Thanks for listening. We hope you enjoyed the show.